But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome to the home of hard truths indeed and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. It is now 1 minute past 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. How are you doing wherever you are? I hope you are having a good time. When I say a good time in the morning, it's because I expect you to log into our social media handles. That is at Radio Gen KE, specifically for that good time. And in case you didn't know, just before the show starts, that is the People's Breakfast, we really have some nice jazz music. So whenever you feel down and bored, you can just wake up sometime in the middle of the night and log on to any of our channels and get to listen. Or you can actually check us out on our terrestrial channels. That is 88.8 FM and 90.7 FM in Mombasa. So 88 in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. Sawa? All right. So today being the 10th day of December 2025. Guy, why am I going back? 2025. That means that indeed we are getting closer and closer to the end of the year. We're inching ever closer to the end of the year. So what does this day mean internationally? Let's check whether the United Nations has given us something significant for today. Guess what? They actually have. 10th of December is Human Rights Day. Yeah, Human Rights Day is what we remember today, or rather we are supposed to be commemorating, celebrating, remembering, Human Rights Day. And why is this day important? Well, first of all, because we are human beings and we all have rights. And the funny thing is, or rather the interesting thing is, the fact that despite years, decades, centuries of knowledge, there are some people who still decide to act inhuman. So why is this day so important? It is celebrated annually around the world on 10th December every year. And the date was chosen to honor the United Nations General Assembly's adoption and proclamation on 10th December 1948. And this particular day is of the universal human rights, and they said that this is the first time they were going to enunciate this particular cause. So why are human rights important? Well, historically, this particular day is supposed to look at some of the things that we consider inhuman and try and correct them. For example, slavery. Yeah. For example, right to life. For example, right to education, a right to shelter, a right to all these things like healthcare, things we usually take for granted. These are some of the things that we need to remember today and actually consider ourselves like in our country of Kenya. Why? Because if you ask me, and if we're being honest, but then we are having things easy here as opposed to other parts of the country. Every single morning, as I'm preparing to come to work, I usually check out what's happening globally, the likes of Al Jazeera and CNN and BBC. And that's when you get to notice, by the way, that not everyone is having it as easy as we are. There are some places where it is war after war after war, and it's been generation after generation of vita too. Sometimes when you read the news and you see places like Sudan where they've been having conflict for the last couple of months, and you're asking yourself, when will this come to an end? You look at places like Palestine. Also, they've been having conflict for the last God knows how many months. Actually, I think now it's almost 2 years. You look at another situation, say Ukraine, and you're looking at what these guys are going through on a daily basis, whereby there are some children who've been born into war and they do not know anything else other than war. That thing, but this shakes you to the core, and it actually reminds you that indeed you are blessed. So this is what we celebrate today. This is what we remember today. This is what we need to consider. And every time you wake up whether you're living in a mansion in Runda or a shanty somewhere in a slum, as long as you've woken up and there's no one, knocking down your door, no gunshots, or people raping your relatives or even raping you, that is something that you need to take into consideration. Yeah, Don Sabwa, a very good morning to you. You're saying, let me see. Yeah, he's saying, city facts can be very disturbing. The privatization of Safaricom is just but another magnanimous mongrel of resultant figures emanating from each sides. We, Don Sabwa, sawa, umeamua kuamka na sisi. A very good morning to you.
Kizungu mengi.
Amesema wacha niseme tena, city facts can be very disturbing. The privatization of Safaricom is just but another magnanimous mongrel of resultant figures emanating from each side.
Wajua hii mambo ya public participation. You know this, it's not parliament or the executive who own the shares in Safaricom.
Yes.
That's public property. When the government has shares, pesa mbali na hizo shares ni pesa zetu, because the government haina pesa isipokuwa ushuru ambao tunalipa. Okay? So if there is something that genuinely requires public participation, is the sale of government assets. Because hiyo ni mali ya umma, sasa inauzwa
kabisa.
Kwa niaba yetu tunaambiwa hiyo tumeshika. Lakini singefaa tuongelee kwanza,
tuulizwe.
Tuseme yale ambayo tunafikiria.
Lakini sasa siti wewe ungeulizwa kwa mfano ungesema nini?
Ningesema nataka mpigie hesabu mniambie in the next 5 years. Those shares ambao unasema. How much money will they give us?
Yes.
Okay, tuanze hapo. Tukishasema hiyo itatupatia pesa hii. Unatafuta lender ambayo anacharge zile single digit interest rates za chini. Then the revenue that we get from Safaricom, in terms of dividends, we securitize it.
Okay.
So that shares bado zinabaki hapo. Because the nature of those shares, given the population, the usage of value telcos, it'll rise. Sawa. So tunapata pesa, shares zetu zimekaa pale na tunamalizana na hiyo nini. Then tunalipa hiyo deni pole.
Haya.
Yes.
Mimi niko na swali kwa serikali, because hii serikali yetu iko na acha niwaite wataalam. Wataalam kweli ni jina hapana, si jina sahihi kwa hii conversation. It has many experts.
Wataalam wapo,
many experts in terms of finance, accounts, it has actuaries and so on and so forth. So these folks couldn't come up with, for instance, what you've just said. They look at what our shares would have earned us in this X amount of period of time, versus us actually selling it off.
By the way, this isn't an original idea to mimi. Nimekaa mwangaza nini nikawaza. No.
Yeah.
I was having a discussion with somebody called Jaindi Kisero some times back.
Yes.
He's the one who pointed me out to the very concept of securitization, how it works. I know security that you offer to get a loan, but he was explaining to me how it is we're building the Talanta Academy. Stadium securitization. Kuna kapesa fulani ile fuel levy inatoaga. So kuna ingine wamesema unaona hii it's consistent inakujaga. That's a security we're offering you. Okay? Because ukipiga hesabu ile pesa inaingia na it's likely to increase, inaweza kulipa deni over a period of time. So unapewa pesa mjenge. It is an interesting way of doing business. So that is where the idea came from. So I was looking at mambo ya pipeline. I was looking at mambo Safaricom. Both these earn the government a hell of a lot of money. Bro, zina earn money. It's like the same thing. Unakumbuka kuna wakati people said that they had sold the port. You can't actually sell the port, but you can securitize what it is that it earns. It is not an original thought from me. No. It's a thought that emanated from having a discussion with somebody who understands these things better.
So, like, number one, first of all, I like that idea. Hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. So now, again, going back to the experts in government, you know, the David Ndees of this world, the economists and the financial experts, they couldn't tell this to the government, to the president specifically? Or is it something that was discussed and they said it's not viable and the best option in this case is to sell?
Every government has whisperers. Every leader has people who we call it a kitchen cabinet in this country. There's a kitchen cabinet and there's a kitchen cabinet. Because
again, you've actually reminded me, we also have a CS for Treasury, John Mbadi, and I'm sure he has a battalion of accountants and financiers, not financiers, but financial experts and economists in his ministry.
People who understand these things wako wengi bro.
Hata pia watu wa opposition hapa, kuna watu I'm sure wamefanya hesabu, wanasema wakisikia mambo naambia president, hii kidogo, ngoja kidogo, tuweke siasa kando bro, you can actually securitize this thing. And I'm sure they probably even had other ideas, but yes, go on.
The unfortunate thing of having lived for as long as I have, which is not the most that one can live in this country.
Yeah,
I have seen this happening before, but it was World Bank led.
Yep.
Where the government was encouraged to sell off its asset. That's when people started selling off railway houses, post houses, telecom houses, government houses that people lived in. Kilesha was essentially a government estate.
Okay.
Senior government officers. PSs and so forth lived in Uphill. This Uphill that you see built up and everything.
Yeah.
Those are the houses of PSs and ministers. They lived in Uphill. So when you look at what it is that emanated or resulted in the advice that were given during the structural adjustment period by the World Bank, the advice they gave us did not help us. In all honesty, the very pillars that we had built that would enable us to move to the next stage of development, what economists call the takeoff stage, we sold them off or we killed them. So that takeoff stage became a pipe dream. So now when I hear of such a momentous happening, and I don't recall there being adequate public participation, if any. Do you remember public participation?
No.
Me, I just remember it being mentioned. So I have to be afraid because we are being stripped of an asset, a means by which the country has been earning money for a very, very long time.
I like something Mutodhia Thiaka has said here. He's saying, good morning, City and Moving. Government is fully lying, but they are giving it fancy names. Oh my goodness. Douglas Kibogonga anasema morning City Mbuvi and Edna, morning to you too. He goes on to say public participation is not a referendum.
Yeah, no it isn't, but the reason why the public need to be informed and they need to give their opinion is because you're selling something that belongs to them.
Anauliza, anasema the issue is not the selling but how the proceeds are going to be used.
No. It's the same thinking that people have when they say, when you're offered money, take it. No. The money isn't the issue, it's the power dynamics at play. Someone gives you money ostensibly so that you can vote for them. They've disempowered you. That's what you don't seem to understand. The singularity and the dependence of thought that you have has been bought. You may think it hasn't, but it has. The moment there's a competition of who can give most money, the issue of who is good for you in terms of who can do the best, that went out of the window a long time ago. So that power to determine what will be in your best interest has already been bought off.
Okay.
Yes, it's the same argument when somebody says the usage. No, it is not. It is not. What have we managed to achieve with the monies that say I'm choosing these two entities have been able to provide for the government over the years?
Acha tupitie methali ya leo before we get deep into the news. It is 13 minutes past 6 o'clock. And of course, we are focusing on some of the things that are making headlines across the world. If you want to get ahead, you can also check it out on radiogeneration.co.ke. That's our website, which has all the trending stories, all the breaking news, all the what is it called? All the news that all the all the headlines that are coming from all over the world, whether it's Africa, whether it's America, whether it's the United Kingdom. All right, Sita Mega, tupitie methali.
The jungle is stronger than the elephant.
The jungle is stronger than the elephant.
Yes, ndovu naye akona nguvu lakini
jungle
msitu yeye iko nguvu mingi sana kushinda yeye ndovu. Yes.
Hiyo ni kumaanisha kutoka mali nimeketi. From where I sit, I'm looking at it as you know, you can be big and mighty, but eventually there's somewhere you came from and you will return there.
Why don't we ask the guests we have today what they think of this proverb.
We shall definitely ask them.
From the first hour when they come in, we'll ask them and see what they think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye. Like I said, radiogeneration.co.ke wanatuambia hivi, Kenya faces deeper hunger crisis as over 2.1 million are at risk. This is a story by Bradley Bosire. Kenya is staring at a deeper food crisis, with projections showing that more than 2.1 million people could face acute hunger by January 2026 as drought conditions continue to worsen across many regions of the country. The latest update from the National Drought Management Authority warns that the situation is expected to deteriorate further as the country moves into the tough January-March dry period. In its National Drought Early Warning Bulletin, the authority reports that the prolonged dry spell and poor rainfall have already pushed 7 counties into the alert stage, with conditions worsening by the week. They note that most areas are likely to receive near average to below average rainfall in December, while parts of the northeastern region may receive highly depressed rains, increasing the threat of further strain. Now, according to the bulletin, these 9 counties include Wajir, Garissa, Kilifi. Kilifi is coastal, right?
Yes.
See, there's an ocean in Kilifi. Is Kilifi?
There's an ocean in Kilifi. There's an ocean in Kilifi County. The areas of Malindi. Kilifi itself has a sea next to it. But if you move inland,
right,
there are parts of Kilifi County which is semi-arid. Kubaya huko. The moment you hear of areas where there are ranches, ujua kuna savannah.
Unajua, the reason I'm asking this whole Kilifi issue is because I remember my geography. There's a time we were being taught about the rain. So there was conventional rain. Exactly. The rains that rain because there's a mountain nearby. Yeah, which affects temperature and affects, the pressure.
Alluvial.
Yes. Then of course, sasa tunarudi kwa ile mvua ambayo iko kwa water bodies, lakes, oceans, the sea, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So you'd expect this area to at least have some sort of rain.
Yes.
But clearly it doesn't have it.
There's some parts, in fact, some of those areas that you speak of, areas that very often during the dry spells are in need of food aid. Inakuwaga kubaya. Yes.
So, again, let me start. We have Wajir County, Garissa County, Kilifi County, Kitui County, Marsabit County, Kwale, Kajiado, Isiolo, and then we have Tana River. Like, this place is literally named after a river.
It's odd because Tana River is really very fertile.
Exactly. And I'm saying it's literally named after a river. You'd expect, even if we do not have rains, these places will not experience drought.
Or is the river named after them?
The point is, there's river in this name. Yeah, there's a river
the same river traverses other parts of the country.
Exactly.
And it's called other names in this part of the country, but it's the same river.
Yeah. And it is what feeds also what? The Indian Ocean.
It empties into the ocean.
Exactly. Sasa, why are they experiencing these dry spells? Anyway, that is for the Met Department to tell us.
I am not in a position to respond to that particular question in a manner that one could consider to be informative.
Now, NADMA adds that while 16 counties are still in the normal phase, 8 of them are showing a downward trend. The counties experiencing a worsening trend include, again, Isiolo, Turkana, Makueni. Yani Ukambani hatukosi. Turkana, Makueni, Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui again, and Marsabit. This is according to this particular report. Yeah. So the authority links the worsening drought to the late onset and poor performance of the October, November, December rains, noting that ASAL counties, including Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Isiolo, Meru, Tana River. Meru is an ASAL county.
Yes. There are parts of Meru as you go towards Nanyuki, if you're coming from Meru, that are fairly dry.
Sinilidhani Meru ni watu wa mlima.
No.
Wako na mountain hapo, sababu sasa kama wako na mountain kumaanisha kutanyesha.
There is the leeward side of the mountain. Yes, sasa huko unakutaka saa zingine ni pakavu. Yes.
Haya, then Tana River, Kilifi, Lamu, and Taita Taveta, which received less than 75% of the October 2025 rainfall. You know, this report is very depressing, eh?
Why?
It is very depressing because I am finding out that some counties that I would expect to be doing really well as far as rainfall is concerned, and now I realize perhaps I've been misinformed. I didn't expect to see a county like Meru in this particular list, to be honest.
Do you know
Kilifi and Lamu pia siku expect kuwaona.
You need to understand the vast nature of these counties and the terrain they traverse.
Yeah.
Utakuta there's some fairly leafy, lush, green forestry areas. People practice farming.
Yeah.
There are the areas which are not so inclined. Yes. And the areas which during any rainy any season where there are prolonged periods of drought, unakuta iko shida.
So apparently there are some normal drought face counties, but they are having a worsening outlook. So these counties include Samburu, Turkana, Taita Taveta, West Pokot. Tharaka Nithi, again a shocking discovery here. Embu, another shocking discovery. Nyeri. We're talking about Nyeri.
What about it?
Nyeri inakuwaje kwa list ya worsening outlook?
Well,
Nyeri, like literally the mountain is in Nyeri County.
So there are some places that should be exempt.
I just didn't expect this. I honestly didn't. Then we have like Kipia, Narok, Baringo. Si tuko na Lake Baringo hapa.
Remember, many of these places that you mentioned have over time been targets of food relief. So please, this isn't news.
Yes.
Not really.
Wait, you're saying that Baringo has been a target of food relief?
Yes.
Baringo County?
Not county, parts of it.
Parts of it, eh? And then we have Makueni, Meru, and Lamu. So now, again, the counties I'm going to mention, because we have Tharaka Nithi, Nyeri, and then Meru. These are counties that literally surround the mountain. I would expect them to have, again, something that clearly I need to go and check out now again, just to understand this whole situation.
Where mountains are concerned, if you talk about the windward side of the mountain,
yes,
the leeward side of the mountain, they are as different as day and night. There's a side that is very lush and green. There's a side which is semi-arid, cold winds, cold nights, like in Pakavu. Yes.
Okay. Nikitembelea Meru kwa mfano, ile baridi inakuanga pale bro. Ile baridi inakuambianga hapa si mahali unaweza expect kutakuwa na kiangazi. Yeah. Nyeri pia baridi plus mvua sikuwa na expect kupata ripoti kama hii.
Nyeri is vast. Nyeri is vast. There are parts of Nyeri that one could consider semi-arid in nature. As I said, if you travel across the country, see, you are looking at places like Karatina, where it is large, people grow tea, people grow coffee, it seems to be green.
Kagosho.
That is not always so for the rest of Nyeri.
So they are suffering like me in Kitui.
I don't know how you are suffering in Kitui, but
in Kitui we actually stay naked because the heat, and then of course it's very dry, so it's not even humid.
And when you stay naked, it helps.
Yeah, it helps with at least it helps you lose some heat through the skin.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you sweat it off, for lack of a better word. But the air is very dry. So you can imagine the heat plus the dryness. Unakaa kwa nyumba unasema hapana, iko shida. Duale denies delaying clinicians CBA as Kuko threatens strike. What is this all about? Again, another one by Bradley Bosire. Bradley leo amechangamka, eh? A new row has broken out between the Ministry of Health and the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers after the union accused Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale of holding back the signing of a collective bargaining agreement that has been pending for months. The union insists that this delayed approval is jeopardizing the welfare of clinicians ahead of a nationwide strike planned for December 23rd. Guy, just before Christmas. KUKO Secretary General George Gibore said all key state offices had already cleared the agreement except the health ministry, adding that clinicians will not continue working without a signed deal. Yeah. KUKO National Chairperson Peter Washira said the process ended long ago and that the agreement has been waiting the CS's approval. We concluded the negotiations. The documents are printed and have been on the CS's desk for 3 months.
Right.
So Duale, however, dismissed claims of intentional delay, saying the agreement has not yet reached his desk. On the issue they are raising, it concerns only clinicians working in the national government. I do not sign documents immediately upon receipt. In fact, I have not... Okay, in fact, I have not seen this one, he said during an interview with Citizen TV yesterday. So, Mr. Duale here has said that hajaona hii kitu. But according to KUKO, they're saying that this thing has been on his desk for 3 months. Iliprintiwa, ikapelekwa huko.
Wanajuaje?
Forget wanajuaje.
Why?
Let me put it this way. City, if I have done everything from my end and I'm just waiting for you to just, sign this thing and make it into...
You're assuming that is the process. I don't know what it is that happens by the time...
They have said that is only what is needed.
Yeah, that's their part. But is that what really happens?
If there was anything else that was needed, because according to this, listen again. The union insists the delayed approval is jeopard. Okay, no, not that part. KUKO Secretary General George Gibore said all the key state offices had already cleared the agreement. So everyone else who's supposed to sign, everyone who's supposed to approve, everyone who's supposed to proofread, everyone who's supposed to confirm that these are the details that we agreed upon from either side, whether it's the government or the union, have done that.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to tell you is this.
Yeah.
We are not hearing about problems with the union and the ministry for the first time. And the things that are being said are not being said for the first time either. The statement that this thing is in the CS's
office.
No, table.
Desk, yeah.
Because according to him, all these officers have signed. And the AG's office has looked at it, said, signed. Whoever else is supposed to look at it said, signed. There must be a reason why there's a delay. And
what could it be?
How on earth would I know?
Exactly, City. There is no reason for the delay.
No.
According to the CS, Amesema, I have not gotten this thing that they are talking about.
But is that not a reason?
Surely, City.
No, if he hasn't gotten it, he hasn't gotten
3
it.
months.
Why do you believe when someone tells you all the officers have signed, then when the CS tells you it's not on his desk, you don't believe him? Why?
Because there's no way by the time they're issuing a strike notice. City bana, unajua kuna vitu zingine hata mimi ninaweza sema hapa hivi kuna tu game inachezwa.
Nope.
And it is definitely not from the union side.
No.
Why?
The union will say things which favor them.
So why do you think...
There is an issue. It is possible that everything has been signed as they say, but we don't really know, do we?
3 months.
Even if you say a year.
If it was a few days, I'd be like, okay, maybe someone somewhere forgot to just send it to the minister's entry.
Every time you have a CBA means everybody has signed off on it. That's why it's called a CBA.
Yes.
We are shown the living document and say, look, this is the document was signed. We know. This one, it might as well be hearsay. How on earth do we know that everybody has signed it? I am not going to hear a statement made by an official of a union and then I just believe it as because he said. No, I don't believe everything that I am told.
There is no... If KUKO had any... how can I put it? If KUKO had any sinister motive, they would be like, watu hata wataki kutusikia, hawashiki simu zetu, AG hata ajangalie kitu, nani hata ajisikii na hii nini, PS ama ametulenga. But they're just saying this thing is literally with the CS. The only person who's supposed to sign this thing hasn't signed it.
There's a reason why he hasn't signed it. I don't know what the reason is, but the reason
I do not believe this part of not ati sijaiona kwa desk yangu.
Well, there we are, my friend. You and I differ. I have no reason to doubt him, just like I have no reason to doubt the officials of the union.
I have reason to doubt, especially if it is true that it has been sitting on his desk for 3 months.
How on earth do we know it has been sitting on his desk?
Because there is no way.
Does the CS go ask them, guys, that thing, where is it? Okay.
No, of course not. I'm not saying that the CS actually should even go, and it's actually even Kuko's responsibility to just make sure that it has gone through all the steps, because they are the ones who stand to gain or lose, and in this case they are the ones losing.
Okay, Paul, he has got it and he has refused to sign it. Can we move on?
Yes, we're going to move on.
Good, move.
But wacha kutetea hii serikali.
Bro, isi kutetea. By now you should have understood that I am simply not going to accept a statement because it is said that somebody said. No.
Acha kutetea watu City.
No.
Kama CS anafaa kusema, by the way, as a matter of fact, wacha ni confirm hiyo kitu imekwama wapi. Hafai kusema it is Jona.
Paul Mbuvi, you are not the CS Health. You are telling us what you would do if you're the CS. I have no idea how these things are done. I really have no idea.
But you don't
when
need to
everybody
know.
Has. Oh yes, I do.
You don't need to know how it's done. If someone has come out and said, "Look, guys, hii kitu wamekataa kusign by December 23rd. If it has not been signed, we are out."
Why don't they just go?
That's all I need to believe.
Why don't they just go on strike then?
Si wamesema 23rd.
Yes, sawa. Si
kwa hivyo kama ni PA wa secretary, kama ni PA wa CS hajapeana, aende apeane hiyo kitu. Kama ni secretary wake hajapeana, hiyo kitu make sure ameenda amepeana. Kama alimwagilia chai na ikafutika, aseme tu ase, I spilled some milk on this thing and it has erased some signatures. Let us start from scratch. A fresh group of 230 officers from Haiti have arrived home. These are Kenya police officers. So they're saying that a fresh group of 230 Kenyan police officers returned to the country on Monday evening after completing a demanding assignment in Haiti, where they were part of an international mission working to restore order in the violence-hit Caribbean nation. Their arrival was marked with celebrations and tributes in recognition of their courage, discipline, and the heavy sacrifices made during the operation, which claimed the lives of 3 Kenyan officers. National Security Advisor Monica Juma led the reception and praised the team for representing the country with honor throughout the mission. She said the officers carried out their duties with professionalism and a strong sense of responsibility both to Kenya and to the people of Haiti. If only we could get one of these folks and have a conversation with them. Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat also hailed the officers, saying their conduct had earned Kenya respect on the global stage. You have made us proud as a country and as a service. You have served diligently in Haiti, he said. Ndio hao wamerudi. Congrats to them. And of course, to those who lost their lives, may they rest in peace. And may their families find comfort. Because it's not easy. When someone goes out, you didn't see them and you never see them again. It's crazy. City.
Yes.
Makarao wamerudi.
Wamerudi wapi?
Wamerudi kutoka Haiti.
Good for them.
Yeah. Let's check out what's happening as far as the traffic situation is concerned. Are you stuck anywhere? Let's find out.
Traffic.
I'm looking at a road here. This is Ngong Road. Not looking bad at this particular hour, but we all know how Ngong Road usually is. It's about the intersections and the roundabouts. That's where the traffic usually is, and it's a slight traffic. For example, hapa Joseph Kang'ethe Road ukienda kuingia Ngong Road iko shida kidogo. Ring Road Kilimani, Ngong Road pale kwa Valley Road as you're heading across to the Raila Odinga Way, you'll find a little bit of traffic there, but the rest is looking good all the way to Haile Selassie. No complaints, and also going back up if you're heading towards Ngong, hamna shida yote, Karen and beyond. However, now when we get into the CBD, that is where you will find the mother of all problems as far as traffic is concerned. So we have Haile Selassie Avenue from that August 7th Memorial Park, that roundabout there, heading over to Rescos Road, also bumper to bumper at this particular minute. Pumwani Road as well, a small stretch of red and then another one of yellow. Landis Road also looking tricky at this particular hour. Which other parts of Nairobi are having traffic? CBD ndani huko kuna shida. Kenneth Matiba Road bumper to bumper. Gaborone Lane, bumper to bumper. Luthuli Avenue, traffic there as matatus are getting in and out of the CBD. Pale Kenya National Archives also looking really ugly as far as traffic is concerned. Mokta Dada Street also bumper to bumper this particular hour. Moi Avenue looking good though. So that means if you are on the outskirts of the city as well, let's see how that is panning out for you. If you're on Thika Super Highway, the same Muthaiga Square Pale, the traffic is crazy. I don't even know how to describe it. It's literally bumper to bumper. Juja Road, pale kwa roundabout ya kuelekea Komarok Road. Also that roundabout is packed, jam packed right now. Kangundo Road, if you're heading towards Feroz Road, you'll find a little bit of traffic there, but after that everything is moving quite well. If I zoom out and check out this place called Mombasa, watu wa Pwani Coast, sehemu za Ukunda kule sioni shida yote, lakini tukienda kwa mainland kwa island ya Mombasa, but traffic si mbaya by the way. Asubuhi ya leo it looks like people are now winding down perhaps and just relaxing, but Biashara Street looking really jam packed at this particular hour. Abdel Nasser Road, no complaints coming through. Heading over to the mainland, this is the main city. Mko sawa kina Mama Ngina Street, hamna shida yoyote. Anything that you think I should know about? Well, you know where to find me at Radio Gen KE across all socials.
Traffic. Radio generation.
Killing the Mara is what is on the front page of the Standard. What are they saying? The Masai Mara, undisputably Kenya's crown jewel, is facing its most serious assault in decades. A surge of land grabs, poisoned wildlife, blocked migration corridors, and bitter ownership battles are slowly choking this global tourism magnet. Predators are being killed, habitats carved up, and communities pushed into violent protests as powerful individuals move to seize chunks of land at the heart of the reserve, with court rulings handing control of prime territory to private interests and toxic chemicals wiping out lions and hyenas. The future of the Mara hangs in the balance. Yeah, that story is on page 4 and 5. So the disputed land is the Olkiombo Ranch. Quite huge, yeah? You can see they even have an airstrip there. So the numbers include 4.3 billion amount Narok County collected in park fees in 2023. 55% of tourist facilities lacked impact assessment reports, and 50% of facilities built within 30 meters of riparian land, contributing to environmental destruction. A few details there and a few documents provided here by the Standard newspaper. So check that out on the front page and on the inside. The Star newspaper, new bill stops out of court settlement for sexual offenses. This story is on page 8. Wait, people actually negotiated out of court for sexual offenses? What? All right, that's a story on page 8. Auditor exposes rot in bursary kitty for poor kids in counties. This story is on page 4 and 5. KWS moves to reintroduce species to their historical ranges. Kenya Wildlife Director General Erastus Kanga, Taita Taveta Governor Andrew Mwadime, President William Ruto, Wildlife PS Sylvia Museya, Tourism and Wildlife CS Rebecca Miano, and KWS Director of Wildlife and Community Service Michael Nicholson cut a chain link to officially launch Savo West Rhino Sanctuary in Ngulia, Taita Taveta County on Tuesday. And they are led by KWS vet officer Dr. Jeremiah Pogon, who captured a white rhino at Lake Nakuru National Park for translocation to Mount Kenya National Park, a strategy for reintroduction of species to their historical ranges, establishment of new populations where they are essential for ecological stability, or mitigating human-wildlife conflicts. On page 6, legislators rally to rescue marginalized communities and order state intervention. This is on essential services. And then as far as development is concerned, on page 12, infrastructure fund to be unveiled this week, says President Ruto. Check that out on the inside of the Star newspaper. Over to you, CT.
MPs back an extra 5 billion for teachers promotion. Sounds good. State indicted over worsening human rights violation. Extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, abductions, and shrinking civic freedoms continue to cast a dark shadow over Kenya, according to a government watchdog. This is a story on page 3. All right?
All
this
right.
Is Kenya KNCHR. A report by the state agency are tasked with protecting and promoting human rights in the country, has raised the alarm over blatant violations of citizens' rights and freedoms. It highlights extrajudicial killings, abductions, and shrinking media and civic freedoms, warning this trend threatens national security and cohesion. Okay? Ikitu in threaten national and cohesion. John. Yes. John. Right. Back in the middle of the paper, two things. Picture of Tanzania's streets, Dar es Salaam, and it is a deserted street. They say Tanzania lockdown subdues Independence Day protests. A deserted street in Dar es Salaam yesterday after police blocked anti-government protests. By there, I'm looking at a picture. Okay, insert. Kenyan activists are arrested outside Tanzanian embassy in Nairobi following a botched demonstration. Kenyans decided to support Tanzanians. Bang in the middle of the paper 2, that was bang in the middle of the paper 1. Ruto ministers to lead 2027 polls campaigns. Courts have declined to sanction CSs doubling in partisan poll campaigns. CSs are state officers.
Yeah.
The constitution is clear on this one. This one doesn't even require interpretation. This requires understanding. You read, you understand. However, buoyed by the recent victory in 7 parliamentary by-elections, President William Ruto has tasked cabinet secretaries to take charge of his re-election campaigns in their respective regions in a move that is likely to wrong-foot the opposition.
He has charged to go again?
He has tasked cabinet secretaries to take charge of his re-election campaign in their respective regions in a move that is likely to wrong-foot the opposition.
Okay.
So long as they are serving as CSs, they are not allowed to participate in they're not allowed.
So essentially what he has told them is, go ye forth and use government resources and ensure that I am re-elected come 2027.
Go ye forth, damn the constitution, do what I tell you. That is, of course, if indeed this reporting is accurate.
Yeah.
And if indeed it is the correct interpretation
of what the president said.
Yes. The nationwide drives bear a fancy tag development tours, but behind them is a new plan by Ruto to use CSs to oil his re-election machinery, raising constitutional questions. Okay? So that's not what he said. That's what was reported.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Sonko launches new party in fresh political comeback bid.
Niliwaambia hapa, tulikuwa tumeketi hapa na nikawaambia na Kikamba. Okay, hata sikusema chochote. But yes, I knew Sonko was doing something.
Kwa ni kazini yako?
Si kazini yangu, but
your cousin brother?
Hapana. Actually, interestingly enough, I have never met Sonko live, like face to face. But I have met his wife several times actually. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so this is what I wanted to say. That Mike Sonko has learned from the best. He has learned from the likes of DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua that even if you are impeached, hata wakikwambia nini, wakuzuia kupeleke kotini na wakubombard na kesi after kesi, wewe fanya hivi, fanya kile unaweza within your capability. And now Sonko's ability is financial muscle to fund a party. And my friend, huyu jamaa atawasumbua.
Really? Okay.
Atawasumbua.
Why do you say that?
First of all, wale ma candidates atafield kwa hiyo chama yake, I'm sure watakuwa katika mkondo wake wa fikra na tabia.
Okay.
Utaanza kuona the kinds of individuals that are going to be in Sonko's party.
Kujua nini bwana?
Tungoje tuone.
Na ngoja na hamu. Tuone.
Hamu na gamu kama wanavyosema.
Because for instance, DCP,
yes,
the person whom we hear the loudest is the former
deputy president.
The Secretary General has been here on 2 separate occasions and has spoken. He speaks quite well, no? We understand. They're doing what political parties are supposed to do.
Exactly.
If you don't talk about it, we won't know you. So let's wait and see if people will join you, but more importantly, whether they'll vote for your people.
Does this mean now that Sonko will start doing interviews on TV, radio, magazeti? Because he hasn't done that since the general election in 2022. Actually, during the campaigns of 2022 general
Sonko
election.
likes publicity.
No, Sonko is very active publicly and on social media. Every single day he tweets over 20 tweets. He will post people, he will write stuff, he'll basically speak his mind. And then of course there's the philanthropy side of him. He will go to hospitals and pay bills. He will pay school fees.
He went to one hospital.
Yes. What I'm saying is he's very active.
He's extremely active.
Yes. And by the way, just because he went to one hospital publicly doesn't mean that he hasn't helped others privately. And then there's just recently his adopted son graduated from university. He was very loud about it. And basically Sonko is, but he hasn't done a radio or TV interview or even an interview kwa gazeti.
The question is, does he need one? Maybe now he'll need one.
Yeah.
But has he needed one?
I guess now that he has gotten into politics as we are looking at it, he might just start doing interviews on places such as ours.
Let's hope.
Can't wait to host him.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhesh, kama unasikia bana kuja Radio Generation, tupate pale kwa WhatsApp ni kutumia pin ukuje haraka sana iwezekanavyo. There's something I've just seen kwa hii gazeti. I think it's important to talk about, and this is about the new bill which is stopping out of court settlement for sexual offenses. I didn't know that people who are caught up in this situation actually have the option of out of court settlement. My friend, ulirape alafu sasa tuseme uende uongee na ulie munini muathiri kando. Sioni kwa sababu gani inafaa kufanyika, but let's read what they're saying. They're saying this is on page 8. Are we on page 8? Yes, we are. Persons implicated in sexual offences crimes will have to clear their names in court following a new legislative proposal which seeks to reshape how such cases are handled. The new bill seeks to outlaw all out-of-court settlements and to have such crimes prosecuted exclusively through the formal judicial system, just as other capital crimes are. Now, the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill of 2025, sponsored by Garissa woman representative Udgun Kuno, introduces a single but significant change to the existing law. Notwithstanding any other written law, the offences specified under this act shall be prosecuted exclusively through the judicial system. The proposed law reads. Now, this bill introduced in the National Assembly further declares any agreement, settlement or process purporting to dispose of offences under this act outside the formal judicial process shall be void and of no legal effect.
Long overdue.
Yeah.
Long overdue.
There's a young girl that was killed that disappeared on Thursday last week, and then they found her body, I think, on Saturday or Sunday.
How old is the girl?
12. Now, she disappeared from Embakasi pipeline area. Then they found her body. I'm forgetting the exact place they found her body, but it was about a few kilometers from her home, dumped outside a school. And they found the body of this girl. She was tied, her hands were tied to the back, and also her legs were also tied. They haven't really given us much information as far as that particular situation is concerned. But there's video evidence of there's a video showing her running away from her home area, heading towards a bus stop. Then she was looking like she was in a panicked mood.
She looked agitated.
Exactly. And then she kept on looking back to see perhaps if someone was following her. Again, now we really can't know, but this is according to expert analysis. And that was the last time she was seen. They do not know whether she boarded a Tatu. They do not know whether someone took her. They don't know whether she walked to the place where she eventually lost her life. They do not know many details about this. And we have a lot of predators out here in the name of human beings who prey on children, prey on women. Remember a couple of months back, there's a lady, again, can't remember the location. She went outside. It was in the night, around maybe 7-8 o'clock, and then she was raped and killed by 2 assailants just outside her house. And of course, people heard the screams, perhaps, but no one came out to help. Only one woman, I think, if I remember that story well, was in the vicinity. She was probably even walking around along that road. She noticed something ahead, akaona pale kuna kitu inafanyika na si mzuri, akachukua jiwe na akarusha, scaring off the folks, but only for a minute. And then this lady eventually ended up losing her life, the victim. When I read of such stories, I'm shocked that we had people who were caught up in sex offense crime that are actually allowed to have an out-of-court settlement.
Traditionally.
Exactly. Instead of letting this thing, if you're innocent, should let this thing take the full cost of the law, so that you can, number one, clear your name, and then number two, also just help the system capture what usually happens to women. We are currently observing the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The last day is tomorrow, 10th. No, actually, it's today. Oh my goodness, it's today, 10th of December. So this is the last day, basically. But it is such stories that remind us that we have a lot of vulnerable folks in society, and some of the things that they go through, I don't think even words are enough to explain what exactly happens to them. So this bill, like you said, long overdue.
It is the female victims of sexual violence. That's what rape is. It's violence.
Yeah.
Normally get the short end of the stick, because even when matters are being prosecuted, the thinking and the arguments around it seem to begin by trying to blame the woman for the violation she has suffered.
Yeah.
And the reason why it is problematic when it comes to matters of community is because the manner in which the community views the offense, it is not in tandem with the Constitution or our laws.
Yeah.
It's not. It is considered traditionally in many communities as sexual infringement, not even a direct violation of the law. It's an infringement. It's like you just touched on it, but you didn't exactly abrogate it. And again, remember, there are communities where socially there are even remedies for somebody who has violated someone else's wife. There are stipulated fines that you pay. There are stipulated things that are done. All these things point to one simple fact, that very many traditions, let me repeat, very many, not all, did not value the rights of women.
Yeah.
It's referred to as patriarchy. It goes beyond it, if you ask me, because when people support a system that disenfranchises a part of that community and considers it to be okay, the understanding among the Wazes is to what they don't understand, you are normalizing wrong. Even as you think that you are settling an issue, you are normalizing it.
Yes.
Because people then know that I will go pay 2 goats, 3 goats, and then I'll be... There are very few acts of violence that has the catastrophic effect as rape. Sexual violation has a lasting and daunting effect on women.
Yeah. Then there's the issue of femicide as well.
Yes.
Me actually am for the idea, if you are caught preying on a child, kuna tuliambiwa pale na mheshimiwa juzi, capital punishment.
The modern thinking goes beyond the punishments and looks at the cause and asks, what is it that goes through the mind of an individual who commits such an atrocious crime? What is the ecosystem in which such a person grows? Or is it that this person was born that way and that they were inclined towards?
There's nothing like being born that way. But yeah, I mean, I get the fact that we also need to investigate what are some of the circumstances that...
Looking at the circumstances gives you the opportunity to be prepared for it, so that
and prevent it in future.
Yes, you can actually have a look and say so on. So why do you think it is that in countries that are more advanced in these matters, if you're a pedophile or a molester, when you go into a community, you go and inform people
that I'm around?
Yes, and I am a pedophile. So you know.
Registered pedophile, registered rapist.
Yes, registered. It is known. This person has those tendencies. So you're known.
I was convicted of this crime as much as I'm now out, but in 1976, I was convicted of rape.
Yes. So that is what they do.
I actually like what happens in places like, again, you've mentioned, like a place like in the US. If you are a registered sex offender, you cannot live or work around a school. You cannot live or work around where we have women facilities, maybe a female university, or rather a university
women's hall
for women. Yes, exactly. Like there are places where you cannot work, you cannot live, you cannot even rent a shanty in that particular area. Which is, I think it's a good thing, so that by the time you're going to commit this crime, before you, whether you were born, like you've said, whether you were anyway, you will think twice, thrice, maybe even 5 times before you commit that offense, because you know this one, once I'm registered, you know that you can't even get a visa, you can't even get a passport to leave your country if you're a registered sex offender. That's how bad it is. All right, before we get into the news, Salamu Zimfikie, my take 2.0, amesema the kind of inequalities that happen in this country is just shocking. It turns out that in Nyanza there are people as old as 70 years who've never had an ID card. Yeah, we were told yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before that, by the MP for Wajir South. He mentioned that there are people in this country who are in their 80s. Some even died without ever owning a national identity card, yet they are Kenyans or have been Kenyans. And that makes me really sad.
Yeah, but this case is different. If there are people in the part of the country that is referring to as
Nyanza,
and they don't have an ID card, it's not that they can't have an ID card. No, it's not the story. The only similarity is that they don't have a card, but as to why, nothing prohibits them from getting a card.
So, because I'm saying the kind of inequalities.
That's not an inequality. The inequality is in the northeastern province. The other part of the country didn't have that problem. You could get an ID. No. For getting an ID was not really that difficult.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember growing up in that place, we used to live along Gong Road, Nitwa Ngando. Gando, I remember there was a Uganda. She had a very strong Ugandan accent, but she had a Kenyan ID.
Yes.
and she used to do kazi za kawaida. Eventually, she ended up opening a kiosk, and she was a very good lady actually. Her and her family walikuwa watu wazuri sana. So if it is easier for a Ugandan family to get Kenyan IDs.
During the time of Idi Amin, there are very many Ugandans who fled the country.
Yeah.
During the troubles in Rwanda, there were many Rwandese who fled the country. Many went to Tanzania, some Uganda, and some came to Kenya. A good number. So yes, some stayed and never went. Like for instance, the last king of Rwanda.
Yeah.
He was a resident of Nairobi until he died. He died here. Even when Kagame and his troops liberated their country, he would visit, but in fact, I think the last monarch, was it a he or was it a she? The last surviving one was a lady. So they prefer to live in Kenya. They never went back. Yes.
Pwani Economic Revolution amesema critical thinking requires analysis, evaluation and synthesis. How does one believe wholesale a statement from a union that has no privileged information of government processes? It's talking about KUKO and that whole issue of the CS not having signed their CBA. All right, Pwani, wacha tuone. Si wamesema 23rd wanaenda strike. Wakienda strike tutajua. And then, of course, we know what a strike, what follows a strike. Of course, there's a court process where the court says, is this strike legal or not? So hapo tutajua ukweli kama kwa kweli serikali ilikuwa imeona hii karatasi na haikupiga sahihi, ama kama hawataenda strike, maybe that paper will magically appear and the CS signs it. So we'll know. My take 2.2 amesema tena, the bill should also include or make it a capital offense when someone uses rape as a weapon. There are some very, very evil women out there who've also used it as a weapon. Yeah, I agree. Especially those who lie about it.
Lie about what? About
having been raped. There's a young girl.
Have you ever heard of the Me Too movement?
There's a young girl, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, who actually came out and said she had lied about her father having raped her.
The fellow had been in jail for 17 years.
Kitu kama hiyo, yes.
Bwana, hiyo ni kali.
Hiyo ni kali. Now, because when this particular act apparently had happened, she was a very young girl. But now when she was an adult, because now she had hit, I think, 18 years when she now came out and said...
No, she was older than that.
Yeah. Yes. Alikuja akasema, guys, kuna kauongo tulisema some time back. And it has put my father in jail for this amount of time. And it's only fair. I just come clean.
Ni uongo.
Ni uongo. So it makes me wonder how many others could be in jail because of such lies. Anyway, let's get into the news.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. An American citizen being held at Gigiri police station is now a step closer to extradition after confirming he is willing to return to the United States to face serious criminal charges. The suspect, Hudeife Mohamed, who arrived in Kenya in 2022, is wanted by the United States District Court for the District of Minnesota on charges that included third-degree murder, manslaughter, and multiple drug-related offenses. During a court mention, Mohamed affirmed that he wishes to leave Kenya and face justice in the United States. The case will be mentioned again next week before the trial court.
Did you get in with a visa? Do you have a visa too? Did you get in country with a visa?
I had all my paperwork and stuff.
So you've been living here in Nairobi? Now, can you have this matter mentioned before him next week? He'll be back on the... So your matter will be mentioned before the trial court on the 17th next week.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has questioned the accuracy of a recent report by the Institute for Social Accountability, which claimed that the country loses $3 billion daily to graft. Speaking during an International Anti-Corruption Day celebrations at KICC on Tuesday, EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud said the figure lacked a scientific basis. Mohamud says organizations carrying out research on graft need to justify how they arrive at such statistics.
We can all generalize information. We know corruption is a problem in our country. But you know, when you indicate that certain number or certain figure is lost to corruption every day in our country, yet you don't provide facts as to how you arrived at that statistic, I think it is good we correct one another. Because as a commission that is responsible for the fight against corruption, we value partners, we value our partners, including TISA.
Former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko has formally registered his new political outfit, the National Economic Development Party, ahead of the 2027 general election. He received the certificate on full registration on Tuesday from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, marking his official return to the national political stage. Speaking after the issuance, Sonko said the NEDP aims to position itself as an influential force in shaping Kenya's governance and economic direction.
We are going to follow a democratic process of electing leaders through the delegates, through the wananchi.
Next year, we'll have a robust exercise of mobilizing youth across the country to register as voters, so that in 2027 we'll have the best candidates contesting these positions.
Let's help in bringing the good manners into the political space. We have a country to guard.
Police in Nairobi have arrested 2 women accused of orchestrating a fraudulent scheme that targeted job seekers with counterfeit National Police Service recruitment letters. The suspects, identified as Evelyn Chepchirchir Rotich and Jane Chepkonga Chelanga, were apprehended by officers from the Parliament Police Station following multiple complaints from members of the public. According to police reports, the 2 are believed to have been operating around the busy Kencom area, where they allegedly preyed on desperate youth seeking employment. A press conference by Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who is currently in hiding, was cancelled on Tuesday, with the Nobel Institute saying they are in the dark about her whereabouts. Machado is Venezuela's opposition leader and has been in hiding since the country's disputed 2024 election, which she and her supporters say was stolen. She was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for efforts to bring democracy to Venezuela and was expected to formally collect it in a ceremony later today. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock, and we want to talk about new faces and new parties and the Kenya's political terrain. But before we do that, of course, I have to introduce our guests so that you can understand who exactly we are talking to. And a big shout out to the folks who are actually writing stuff on our social media spaces. We very much appreciate. Continue. Let's keep the conversation going. Siti Muga ako kwenye studio. Naona amejaza kikombe chake na kahawa. Siti, uko sawa?
Nashukuru bro.
Amina.
Na uko sawa?
Mimi wacha nikwambie ukweli. If I'm being honest, niko sawa sana.
If you're being honest. Okay, try a little dishonesty. If you're being dishonest, what would you say?
Siti niko na njaa.
Kuna njaa? Hiyo unadanganya.
That is me being dishonest. But Wycliffe Mobek is in the studio. Wycliffe, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you, man, for having me. I really appreciate it so much.
Karibu sana.
Yeah.
I was just asking you earlier on what it is that you do apart from, your aspiration to become an MP in this country. Mm-hmm. And you told me that you work for, is it Walmart or is it Walmart?
It's Walmart.
This is the store in America. The what is it? Is it a convenience store? Is it a supermarket? Yes, sir.
Uliza, sisi tunaita hizo vitu supermarket.
Sisi hapa tunazitanga super.
Okay, now. Okay.
Huko kwao nasikianga mtu akisema nikiwatch movies, let's go to the grocery store. All right, let's go to the convenience store.
Na hizo ni tofauti.
Sasa ndio nataka kujua tofauti.
Okay.
Yes. So Mobek, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, is it Walmart? What is it?
Wall.
Yes.
It's Walmart.
It's Walmart.
Yeah, however how it sounds better for you, I think that is the best way that you can take it.
Yeah.
Don't strain yourself or anything. Make it easy.
Is it a convenience store? Is it a grocery store? Is it just a store? Is it a supermarket?
Walmart is such a big organization. It's just a world corporation.
Yeah.
I think it's $1 trillion right now, revenue collection.
Wow.
Yes.
This is yearly.
26 trillion. Yeah.
26 trillion.
26, I think billion. No, trillion or billion.
Are we talking about Kenya shillings or US dollars?
Dollars.
Okay.
Yeah, revenue collection in general. So, but
It's billion.
Yeah,
No, it's a billion trillion. No.
Hata wewe uko confused eh?
No, it's big, bwana.
it's big.
Yeah.
You do know that
I'm certain it's not millions.
when one is talking about one of the wealthiest corporations in the world, one refers to it.
But actually, the largest employer in the world.
No.
Yep, exactly. Almost like about 60 active personnel. Almost 16 million. Yeah, 16 million.
But Walmart is just in the States, or is it in other countries as well?
It's in Mexico, it's Brazil, it's in the UK, yeah, it's in Canada. Yeah, it's most regions, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at least those ones that can easily just be spoken out loudly. So I think those are the ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But now,
Good to hear.
Walmart has a different department, so I work in the transportation department. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what exactly do you do for them in the transport department?
Safety. Yes. Safety in transportation. Yep.
To make sure that goods are delivered well, the drivers, are driving safely, they are they're worthy to be on the road, and so on and so forth.
Yes, safety is really so much diverse from all transportation, from the inside store, whatever the DC, which we call a distribution center collection and all that. So we have like forklifters and all that. We have different people. Like it's just a lot. It's just a lot in transportation. It's just diverse.
Yeah.
And now it depends on what you're working on. We have drug screening tests. We have road safety. We have. It's just a lot.
You guys take this thing seriously?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Because here in Kenya, if we're being honest, and you know this very well, especially during this period, the Christmas period, when everyone is traveling up country and going back and forth and so on, we have a lot of what is it called, accidents on our roads because drivers are either drunk, others are tired. They've been driving to Mombasa every single day. They don't have even time to just relax and wind down. So, but from what I understand, in places like the US, where you literally have a department of transport safety, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it sounds so easy, but it's as complex as it sounds that way. Like safety is everything. Like I'm a very small person in my organization.
Yeah,
but I'm the final person when it comes to some things. Yeah,
decision making.
Yeah, because safety, if they say safety, say stop.
Yeah,
that's the end of everything is that is operating. There's no shortcut about it. You don't go around safety and all that. So, like you see, in reference to what you just said in our country right now,
right?
You see, we don't take safety so seriously the way it's supposed to be. And again, people, it's just so broad. If I look at it very differently, in America, like truck driving is a profession.
Yes,
I don't know if you understand that. It's a federal job. Here is anything anyone does.
Is
you jump out of your house, you just by the way, I just finished school, I just want to do it and all that. Yeah, you just go. So when it comes to commercial transportation, it's a job. Like it's your profession that you really have to do it. So there's a lot of things which is just accompanied with it before even you get that certification for you to be one. Yeah, I mean it's just hectic. It's a lot. Yeah, before even you clear up for safety, for even to go all the way to the training, is a whole thing. Like safety is a whole training by itself that you have to have like 95%.
Yeah,
or not 100. Like the only gap that you have is 5% failure on safety, like something which is correctable. But more than that, something you really have to study more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
this
stuff.
Is serious. Yeah.
Thank you for that insight. I learn something new every day with every single guest we have. Last question on transportation.
Yes.
You said it's a profession in the States. How much does a driver earn? Because I know of a lot of Kenyans who've left this country, and I watch many of them on YouTube who are drivers in the States. But how much do they earn?
Yeah, it depends where. Walmart or...
No, not Walmart. Like, in general, those who haul stuff from one state to the other, or even just within the state.
But now, and again, now it depends what you haul. You see, we have hazmat
general
drivers.
Goods.
Okay,
yeah.
General good. We have hazmat drivers, oil tankers, school buses, and all that. So it's different. It's a whole different classes and all that.
Okay.
But basically, someone earns about from 65. The beginners, the entry level, $65,000 a year to some earn to about like right now. I saw for Walmart a driver was earning 270 something thousand, I think,
dollars a year.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it depends what you. That's what I'm saying. Like the length in service, and it depends who you're working for, who is your employer, what you do. Again, if you haul oil and gas, hazmat, that's a higher profile
for sure.
Yes, if you haul foodstuffs and all that, that's another. It's got to FDA, Food Drugs Administration. So everything just goes in its own direction.
Okay.
See, if you haul heavy equipment, like let's say, like how do you call them, fans for wind, whatever, turbines and all that. It's a different ball game. Someone else is just moving goods from one store to the other. It's a whole different ball game. So everybody, it depends what you're doing. Yeah,
good. I like that. And this money is paid what, monthly? Because you've said 65,000 a year, for example.
Yeah, so and again, it depends. In the US, the wage bill, it just happens like there are people who pay bi-weekly, there are people pay weekly, there are people pay daily. It depends who you're working for and who is your employer, how they want to be paid.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are people who are self-employed as well. So
We'll invite you here another day to just talk about this transportation and maybe borrow a few things, bring them back here home.
A lot.
You are an aspirant for the Nyaribari Masaba seat.
Yeah.
Why are you interested in politics? Because from what I hear, you have a very nice career in the States.
Career and what you call fulfillment from where you come is two different things. And after you work so hard in a very long time, at times things need to change from where you come from, especially like where I come from. It's a shame that I work in an international corporation whereby I give all my best, but where I come from, at the end of the day, I just go into darkness. So where does that leave me?
Yeah.
So I'm just benefiting other people somewhere else.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's a challenge. Each and every single person, I think, it comes to the point whereby like there is something that you really need to do, which gives you your own personal fulfillment and all that.
Yeah.
And all that. And the personal, like me, is what I will say is giving back to my community. Yeah. Where I come from, my constituency, man. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about your constituency that made you want to come back and change it as a member of parliament.
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked that question. It's a very good question, actually. My constituency where I come from, more especially myself, I come from the border between the Maasai community and the Kalenjin community.
Okay.
And I'm at the junction of 4 counties. Like my grandfather's land, that's our land where we got. It just cuts across Kisii County, Nyamira County, Bomet County, and Narok County at one junction on the loop.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot going around there and all that. So, but now we have one challenge, actually, whereby it's just kind of a very funny thin line, whereby we have a lot of cattle rustling and all that, a lot of wezi wa ng'ombe mbaya sana. And all my life growing up, I've seen the same things happening. People don't sleep. Really, people don't sleep. Like, all that you need to do is just to stay awake and just take care of your animals and all that for you to do that. And at the point whereby you cannot even have something which is really commercial. So they can easily help you. Maybe you have like good breeds of cows for you to have, because now you're afraid if you have good breeds of cows, someone is going to come and just take them. You understand?
Yeah.
So now it's just lessened to how do we say, to local breeds, those ones that even if someone is stole from you, it's just
it's not much of a loss.
Yes, not much of a loss.
Yeah.
So, and again, so you look at it that way. So for how long that will go on? I'm 38 years old right now. I've seen that happen in my entire life. I mean, is there something that we can do which is different, which is going to help people? Because now life is changing. People are coming up, we have new generations are coming up. The same things are keep going on and on. And land is shrinking day by day.
Yeah.
So where do the people go? What are they going to do for them to I mean, that's the thing that for some of us, some of our family members, some of our village mates, that's what they used to do for them to do what? To help them take the kids to school and all that, maybe for their own consumption, and everything else is all together.
Yeah.
So for the longest time, it's been a lot. So I've just come up with a way whereby we're trying to see if we can cap that first of all, take care of that theft using technology that we use in international ways.
Yeah.
I've been coming up with a lot of things. We're trying to see if we can just take care of that, and we can improve the way people are doing now dairy farming, and so that they can easily earn something out of it.
When you say land is shrinking, do you mean because of the increase in population?
Exactly.
Development or why is it shrinking?
Man, don't even mention development. Let's just go with increase of population.
Yes.
Because that one is just, it's everywhere, right? You know, Kisii County is such a small county, right? And the population is really rapidly growing up.
Okay.
And the surplus for consumption is shrinking down, but the number keeps going up. And then we don't have anything, it's just growing expansively, just going to take care of the populace which is coming up.
Yes.
So what do you have to do? You have to come up with better ways for you to survive in there. So the more the populace, the more the confusion, the more crime just comes around. So a lot of things happen that way. Yeah.
How long have you been away from your constituency? How long have you been in the States now?
I think I'll be 12 years now. Yeah, but I'm always back home.
Oh, every other... you come for Christmas, Easter holidays, or any other holidays?
And I tell you, I come to Kenya like 5 times a year.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking this is because I wanted to know if you understand, number one, the problems of the people that you wish to represent, and then number two, if you understand the political landscape as it is right now, the temperatures, for instance, the political trend where people, what people are agitating for currently, and your constituency, the specific target audience perhaps that you need to look at for you to get the votes, because at the end of the day, once elected, if you are lucky enough to be elected, of course you will represent everyone across all demographics. But in terms of the individuals that vote, do you know that demographic? Who in is it Nyaribari Masaba? Who in Nyaribari Masaba is the active voter? Yeah.
So actually, those further trends right now, the Nyaribari Masaba constituency is just into clans right now, and which is very unfortunate. Something that we really need to take care of in good timing, because they're saying right now the numbers, the previous what have been happening is the numbers have been on the older demographics. Those are the ones, and then right now the number of the younger people is really rapidly growing and coming very close that gap in like that, and which puts us in the position whereby you really need to sensitize more people to come into the space and become registered voters so that they can easily participate in this game. Yeah. But when it comes to, when you ask a question like, do I understand?
Yes.
That's my home. That's where I grew up. It's the same place that I used to push donkeys to the river 2 a.m. in the morning to go get water from the river. So nothing has changed. 20, 35 years on. Yeah. I mean, like, these are things that I understand. It's not something like I'm just waking up one day just because I went to America. Now I know, like, now my life changed all of a sudden. These are problems that are really affecting even personally me. That's why I took it as a personal initiative. Like, if there's something I can do to even at least even have that change things to happen, just going to even benefit my daughter, because.
Oh, that's your daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that she can easily know, like, hey, this is my home, and the way things are happening right now, is there is a better way that we can do things.
You know, there's this. For example, we recently had by-elections a couple of days ago. And I'm sure you saw what happened. Were you in Kenya when
No, I wasn't. Actually, I just came here yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
A lot happened during that time.
Absolutely. You know, I'm so much privy with what is happening around Kenya. Like, if anything, if someone doesn't know what is happening before anyone else says, I think it's myself.
So we had a lot of political violence in specific areas.
Correct.
A lot of voter bribery.
Yeah.
And I'm sure these are things you don't see in the States. Do you think the political climate in the US will affect how you do your politics here in Kenya?
I believe so. It should affect it very positively. And here's the thing, you know, someone has to start something somewhere, and not everywhere. People are tired, actually, and you have to come to a level that fact that people are tired right now. And there is something which is very unfortunate. Actually, yesterday, I think it was yesterday or somewhere that I saw some groups that we are in my constituency we come from. You know, Osoro, Sylvanus Osoro.
Yes.
Is a member of parliament from South Mogrango.
Yes, I know.
And they just give up. It just posted something like how much money that you need for you to run for as a constituency. Like, you need, like, as a president, you need like 20 billion. Governor, this and this. You know. That's broad day, like bribery, right? Each and every single person right now should just come out and take it out and just take out this shame. Personally, I've ever shared a space with Osoro. It so happens that when he was newly elected, I don't know, but the first time that I just encountered with him, I think it was 2022 or 2023, somewhere, but newly at the time. I think I was in Dallas, Texas. And
you met him in Texas now?
Yes, he came over there, and I listened to him. And I asked a bunch of questions that I never answered, even one. I remember that. It was very shameful for me. For me to even see this is what the person of his stature is going to show the people. I don't know which direction that we are taking as a chief whip in our parliamentary system. It's really so shameful, actually. So for me, if I'm able to fit in the space when it comes to this, yes, of course, 100%, because not every single person is just going to resonate with this nonsense which is going on. People are changing. You can bribe people all day you want, but guess what? People are just coming out very differently. They are looking at things in a very different way. Yeah. They just want to follow what's the ideology, what are you looking at, and all that.
Are you saying that the voter in Naribari Masaba doesn't want that handout?
I swear you'll be surprised. Yes.
Okay.
You'll be surprised so much. And, it's things that are happening right now.
Yeah.
And there are people who will tell me, like even the way even I'm doing my campaign right now, that what is the modus operandi that I'm going to apply when I'm going to run for this campaign? What is it? First of all, we have a lot of people from our constituency who are abroad. You understand? Who know me. I've been in the diaspora activities a lot. Maybe that's what you shouldn't have asked me. I've been around for a while for the diaspora things, and a lot of people have supported me actually when it comes to these campaigns. Who have really pushed me to make sure like everything is going to be very possible for me to do it.
When you say support, what do you mean? They support you financially?
Yeah, financially, 100%. Yes,
Okay.
So because we understand from where we come that you don't go. I'm not going to take salary from Walmart to go and just campaign with it. No, then what am I running for? I mean, honestly, it doesn't make sense. I get paid almost even better off than a member of parliament and all that. You understand? So I'm not going to take my salary from Walmart, so I'm waiting for my pay or whatever, so I can just take to go give people handouts. So that then that means it beats the entire logic of what I'm running for. If it comes to the point where by then I'm going to buy that seat using my salary, then why am I doing it at the first place? Just stop doing it. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It trickles down when the fact that you need to sensitize the people, engage the people, listen to them, hear what they want, because people want to listen. Things are changing as time goes by.
Who's the current MP?
Manduku, on Daniel Manduku. Yeah.
Is he a first-time MP or a second-time?
It's first time, I guess.
First time.
Yeah.
Both Nyamira and Kisii counties are reputed to be very democratic spaces where people don't often get a second term.
Yeah, absolutely. They've never had like
there are people who get second, but rarely. But there are people, again, in both those counties where you can actually get elected on any political party. That democracy exists.
Yeah, absolutely.
ODM has had a lot of sway, but it's not the only. Other people get elected. Now, why I ask this question, Wycliffe, is because people are changing, and I agree with you. But there's a demon that visits Kenyans every time we have a national election.
Right.
And the logic that you've seen long before the election suddenly just disappears. Now, if you've started campaigning long before today, it is good. But what are the guarantees that the things that people are telling you now they understand, and the support they're giving you now will likely result in them casting votes in your favor?
The guarantee. The system that we are in right now is completely murky, and
it's always been murky.
It's always been murky.
Yes, in fact, the people who see it for the first time consider it the most murky system. If you are long in the tooth like myself, and you've moved from being a human being to a crocodile, it means you've seen many of these things. So we are a bit jaded, people of my ilk, because it's not anything that we haven't seen before regarding our people. What surprises us sometimes is the intensity or how it is widespread. There's a time gone by when in the era of the single party, when people were campaigning, the district commissioner, as he was called then, would hold the rally, and all the contestants
to come by.
Oh yes, you were each given an opportunity to talk. The only problem is if the DC didn't like you, the chances of talking was slim. But everybody was able to be heard at the same time. So you could compare.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mhm.
Bribery was almost non-existent because, I mean, you're all there at the same time and everyone's listening to you. You could campaign on your own, but there are specific days that were slated for that to happen.
Mhm.
This commercialization that we see
Mhm.
is a genuine menace.
It is a genuine menace. And it's not going to end anytime soon if it's not
How
just
does
addressed.
one overcome it? How do you ensure that people understand that what you're offering is better than the bribes they're expecting?
You know, that's a very good question, City. But here's the thing. If I go with that, then I think I'll be compromised in one way or the other. My conscience is very clean, and to what I want to do and to what I'm going to tell the people.
How do you get them to see things the way you do? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like...
What you're saying makes perfect sense.
That's very challenging, though. But I'm ready now to face. The only thing is just by talking to them. Like that's how it is. But giving out money, handouts, and all that is not gonna.
No,
it's not gonna happen.
That never really helps.
It never happens.
Really gets to change anything.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be a change agent. You want to be someone who has a different narrative,
mm-hmm.
a different perspective on politics.
Correct.
And people can listen to different things. People can embrace different things.
Right.
But every political dispensation in this country has gatekeepers.
Mm-hmm.
There are wazes, there are church people,
mm-hmm.
there are youth groups,
mm-hmm.
and then there are gangs.
Mm-hmm.
Youth group gangs, not the same thing.
And women groups.
Yeah, I was heading there, but you beat me to it.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I thought you had done listing.
No.
All right.
I was leaving them for last because I was going to say,
Yeah.
in our electoral system, they are by far the most powerful and the most consistent. Because when they support you, they don't tend to divide their votes the way the men do.
That's correct.
Yes. So what I'm saying is this: those are gatekeepers. They exist,
Mm-hmm.
and they look at life in a particular way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking the question because in my mind it is a pertinent question. What is this thing that you will do that will change the way they've done things for as long as they can remember? That's what I'm asking.
Because you see, one, if it's programs, each and every single person has come up with programs which really they help them or they don't help them, and still they don't get elected with that. Do you understand? But here's the thing that I have in me, first of all, I really have to give the people the chance. They've been denied. People don't get to speak or anything. Someone just comes randomly from wherever they come from and state their whatever they want to say. They forget the electorate from the other side to listen to them. So when it comes to is there a way that we can do to sway the people, make them, convince them to listen to me or to understand that we have a new wave and all that? It's just coming with this new people that we're having right now, and then the new wave on how we're handling issues.
You have something there actually.
Yeah.
If you say that the thing you want to do that not many people do
Mm-hmm.
is getting to hear what it is that they would actually want. There's one person who actually did it successfully.
Mm-hmm.
The others who've tried are trying now. There's a guy called Professor Kivuta Kibwana.
Mm-hmm.
He actually enshrined public participation in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
Village
participation.
Meaning you are told in advance what it is that the government wants to do or he wants to do, and he visits all these wards physically to listen, not to tell them. He already told them this is what we want to do. Now tell us what it is you think your needs would be or what you'd like to see done.
Exactly.
It is revolutionary, and it brought very many changes, and one even sees the things that he was able to do within the time that he was the governor. Now, as a member of parliament, there's something called an NGCDF. It's being fought. I personally like the idea. I was told it's illegal, and I said, but why don't you just make it legal? Because I have seen what the CDF does. It's 100 million shillings that every member of parliament gets.
It's 200 million actually.
It's 200 million.
That's correct.
Oh, they increased it, did they?
It's actually 190 something.
It
depends on the
constituency, but yeah.
Okay. who have used this money well tend to get re-elected.
Yeah.
From what I have observed. And you'll be told, but look, why do we need to elect somebody else and we can see what this person is doing for us?
Right.
The part of the world that you come from is one, highly politicized. B, the groupings that I spoke of have a huge say in what they think should happen for them, not for the citizenry, for them.
Yes.
Again, I'm asking this question for the third time. Beyond getting to understand what they think, how do you get them to buy in? You call it a buy-in.
A buy-in
to your idea, because the idea that you're not bribing, that I like, and it is I actually believe you don't have to bribe.
You don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
Yep, you don't have to.
It's a tough sell, but you don't have to.
Our constituency, let me just say this, and the good thing about my constituency, they really, from the study that I've done prior to me making this decision to go and run for member of parliament, is I have understood what it is exactly that which is ailing us, and that's the only way which can easily just make people listen to you, because we have to go find solutions. Even before, some problems do not even need me to be a member of parliament. We can start solving them ahead of that. Some things which are being ignored. Do you understand? Some things don't even require even money or anything. It's just they need ideas and engaging coordination and relatively trying to bring people together who can easily just help you come through all this, because they are just dire need for that. So, and right now, the way I broke it down for myself is just make sure to have smaller groups than what it was before, whereby creating town halls and speak to the people more intimately than the way it has been done before. Because each and every single person have their own way on the way they do it. But personally, mine is to make sure, not through, there are already things which are already organized, that people normally come which are ready. Oh, there are funerals, people just want to meet there, or say, oh, blah, 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 nonsense like that. And at the end of the day, you miss the whole point. And personally, this is something that I've just done it, and it's not the first time I've been doing it, actually. Like, I sort myself. I'm not going to use a funeral. I'm not going to use a church for anything. I'm going to create a forum for each of the 5 wards. I'm going to break the 5 wards, each ward into regions, so that we can have those wards speak to the people so intimately and understand each and every single region, like what is there. And then so that I can easily just be able to come up with my own policies on how we can easily help the constituency at large. Because other things, each and every single person has done. I want to come up with some tournaments. I can come up with some things. I could. But now, to what end goal? What is it headed? Because at the end of the day, each and every single person does the same thing, but they circle around and they end up coming up with nothing. So those are the things, like myself, personally, I'm refraining.
People like seeing the members of parliament in church. They feel very good when you attend funerals because you demonstrate that you are with them.
I did not say that I don't attend funerals or I don't help or anything else. But
you will attend church.
I will attend church.
You will attend funerals.
I will attend funerals.
But you won't use it as a platform.
No. I don't want it to be my platform for me to really exuberate my ideas. You understand? I'm very deliberate in what I do. Let me tell you, City, in my place of work, let me just bring you experience work. In my place of work, I oversee a lot of people. I oversee a lot of things that happen that I don't have to explain on how I do it, but I really do a lot of things, and I know what I can come up with because I believe in creating something, and I'm very deliberate in what I do by creating my own space, making sure a space that you usually control and manage, and make sure the ideas that you have, they really sync well with the people. Then, because you can easily go somewhere, create these forums. People have different anticipations and expectations, you understand? And when you get there, you discuss what you have, and at the end of the day, you come out of that place with nothing. Then what is the essence of even running for member of parliament? Why can't I leave Manduku, who is still there, to just run the same thing to go ahead? The same thing you said about the CDF is a good idea.
Like the idea of the CDF.
Personally, I do. But the mismanagement of the CDF is the problem. But the thing that I don't understand is this: why do you have to go and beg someone to give you the CDF? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. At all.
How long have you been in the States now?
12 years.
12 years. There's a question I wanted to ask before I forget it. And it's very unfortunate we have to talk about this as a country, whereby we majority of politicians need to have some sort of allegiance to someone.
Yeah.
For example, in Ukambani, a lot of the allegiance is towards Kalonzo Musyoka.
Right.
Why do you say it's unfortunate?
I'll get to the point. I'll get to that point.
I know yes, it is headed.
Exactly. Where else? In the Rift Valley region, the Kalenjin community, for
instance.
It's very
unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, they have to pledge allegiance to the current president because he is the kingpin, right? And so on and so. You see where I'm going, right?
Right.
And in the Kisii region right now, we see that a lot of the leaders around there are pledging allegiance to the former CS for Interior, Dr. Matiang'i. Yes. Yeah. So, number one, do you see yourself aligning with that kind of ideology, or do you want to go independently, or do you have a different allegiance to a different person?
That's a very good question, actually, that you asked. First of all, I am from the opposition side. I just want to be very clear about that. So, and let me just put it to you this way, maybe in clear terms, why do we have to incline ourselves to tribal politics, how it is? And unfortunately, that's how it is, actually. Dr. Fred Matiang'i comes from my region.
Yes,
this is my neighboring constituency, but actually we are pretty much like neighbors. Like it's 15 minutes of walk from my home.
Okay.
But I come from Nairobi. Masaba comes from Borabu, which is more or less the same. We just share the same amenities and all that. Here's the thing: I don't think I would want to put your allegiance to a particular individual and all that. Personally, I support Fred Matiang'i.
Okay.
But I don't support whatever party that he comes from or whatever. But me, I support him because of what I know of him as an individual and his capabilities.
All right.
But when it comes to parties and all that, I want to come out very clear, what I'm looking at for. I'm from the United Opposition. I've not selected who I'm just coming up with. But the one thing that I will not do is I'm not going to be a pity party for someone else.
Okay.
That's what I cannot do.
Are you going to join a party, or are you going to go independent as much as you support the opposition?
As much as I support the opposition, but more than likely, independence comes out of when things don't work your way, right? Yes. But so far right now, I have options on where I can run from, of which is not even outwardly spoken at the moment.
Okay.
Which I don't think if I'm in a position to say it at the moment. But I would most definitely go through a party. But at the same time, if that doesn't work with what I have, because I don't think if someone is going to sway what I have for my people in my constituency, if I'm compelled to go independent, I will go independent.
Okay.
But still, I know who I support.
Okay.
If Fred Matiang'i is going to be in the ballot, most definitely I'll support him.
Okay.
Yes, if Kalonzo is going to be in the ballot, most definitely I'll support him because I'm come from United Opposition.
All right.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
The reason I was saying it's unfortunate is because it is okay to support a leader like he's saying. He's supporting Matiang'i. But now the problem with how we do it here is it's like we even offer our brains and even our rights to decide. As far as long as we pledge allegiance to City, whatever City says, then I do not have to think about it, don't have to criticize this. Criticize it. I just have to do it. That's the problem I'm having with this whole pledging allegiance thing. A lot of the MPs we've seen, for example, even when they were voting on certain issues in Parliament, they vote just because the party leader has said A, B, C, D has to be done. But they do not necessarily say, Apana, I might agree with you on certain issues, but on this one,
Let me tell you something, Paul.
Paul, it doesn't work like that.
It does.
It
does.
Any political party. That's why there's a whip.
Yes.
When the party has what you call a party position, your personal opinion is your personal opinion.
Yeah.
You can express it when you're talking. When it comes to things like voting, that's where the whip comes in. You are expected to vote along party lines. It's not a Kenyan thing. It is a political party thing right across the world.
Let me tell you what I see in other places. I might not have specific examples, but I'm sure because I've seen it, it's just that I cannot remember who or where. But I've seen in certain, like even in the UK, I have seen members of parliament, ministers, resigning from their positions because they disagreed with the prime minister, or they disagreed with the prime minister.
I think, Paul, you're very unfair to Kenya. I think you're using a very bad example for comparison.
No, but
I don't think with the UK, the level of decency and how people want to argue their own things, like Kenya is absolutely out of the blocks. Like we have an issue as a country, and as a people, you know what you've just brought up is very important, actually, very absolutely significant. Would you stand, like personally, I'm very stubborn. If I don't agree with you something, I'll tell you point blank, ACT, I don't think I agree with you on this. And that's my position. Whether you like it or not, yeah, we can fight to the core. But now Kenya, the problem that we have right now is people are bootlickers for people. They forget the people who elected them. Okay, if my people elect me as a member of parliament, maybe let's say independent or through a political party or something like that, if you're going to sit somewhere in a meeting and then you just come up with something which is not going to work, I think you don't need me in that meeting, because me, I'll tell you of whether it's in the parliament floor or anything else, I'll go against it if it's not something which sits well with my people. Yeah, I don't care about how you feel. I mean, like it's a job like any other. I don't know. I don't take it like something different. This is such a serious public office that really entails your integrity, holds you forever for the rest of your life. You know, in my private life where I am, I can mess up. Okay, I can go about my business and all is done. But when it comes to public office, if I disagree with you, Paul, I stand by my choice, my opinion. This is me. I'm sorry, party, you whip me all you want all day, but my opinion is this way.
I was again, I can actually even use the Kenyan parliament as a very good example of how I see this working against us. A very good example is during the anti-finance bill of last year. I was listening to some of the reasons why they were voting in the direction they were voting, some of these parliamentarians, and I was listening to some of the reasons, and they were very flimsy. I was expecting something critical about the reason as to why you're voting for this finance bill that seems to be very widely unpopular. And someone votes and they give a reason, and I'm like, what in the bloody hell is that? I have no problem with you voting for the bill, because I expect you to have a proper reason as to why you're voting for it. Don't just vote against it because, but if you're going to do it, I need something solid, and I didn't find that from.
But did you realize those members of parliament, 3/4 of them, none of them read that finance bill? They didn't have no idea what was happening. What was people? Why were people even protesting?
Yeah,
I mean, I have members of parliament who are my friends, very close friends of mine. I asked them some questions, like even prior to that finance bill, we were in DC, I remember. Some members that I won't mention, some of my friends, very close members. I swear, they could bet with me that they had no idea what was in that bill.
Yeah,
it's very unfortunate, actually.
You know, Paul, our politics.
Yes.
And the way it is viewed, or it's interpreted by our friends who come from countries like the one you've mentioned, the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah.
They easily forget the path they have trodden over time to get to where they are. Just personal development and evolutionary process. We are going through an evolutionary process here. This is what we are doing. The idea of political parties and leadership is what you see manifest. People who are leaders of political parties, by and large, are not elected. The people rally behind them. And no one tells the people to rally behind them. The people decide
who they want.
Yeah, they decide. This is the thing. And you can try and study and find logic behind it. The logic that you will use when you want to add 1 + 1 doesn't work there. They have decided. You may even think that there are more prominent sons in that region, people who you think have done, but the people have decided. That it's that simple. It's not even complicated. So when somebody is the leader of a region and they're busy telling people that they're the leader, most people who are leaders and who are chosen by the people don't go around telling people they're leaders. You will actually see that people have. You will see It's not even difficult to see at all.
Yeah.
Now, why we do this is for a very simple reason. If you look at our history and the understanding of what our politics was shaped by the single party state, woe betide you if you happen to have a voice that disagrees with those in power. There's a guy in his neck of the woods called George Anyona. George Anyona used to stand very firm on certain positions. George Anyona's position cost that region a hell of a lot. The government would not say it, but they'll just make sure certain development projects never come to you. It's not even complicated.
You know, that makes me go tribal a little bit.
It's not tribal. It is just a simple fact about how our politics has been. We are trying to move away from it. And that, anyway, but tell me, go tribal. Let me hear.
Let me just go tribal for you a little bit. You know, you see, in Kenya, even right now, the most very vocal and people go have divergent ideas when it comes to issues that they stand with the Kisi community. You can just single out people. You can single out Maraga, can come up with something, cancel your elections. You can single out Matiangi. You can single out, say, even Mosiria. You can just come up, like, it's just people stand tall for what they, if someone feels something, they don't get comfortable with it, they stand by it. They don't care how you're going to feel about it. I mean, even Anyona, the same way that you said, you know, it could stand to, I was very young when I used to, my dad used to tell me stories about Anyona and all that. And I was like, what an outstanding person.
He was. And there's another one called Abuya. You see, these are people who at a time it was the most uncomfortable thing to do to speak against a president. They spoke.
Yeah. They didn't care.
They spoke. There were many people in this country who did precisely that. I remember there was an MP for Nakuru town called Mark Mithaga. He is the only person I know who was elected while in jail. He was in jail. He was in jail and he got elected, and he was in jail. He had not said some very pleasant things about the Kenyatta government. He had a position. But secondly, I think he was a good friend of JM Karaoke's. Okay? There are many others. How do you think people like the late Raila Odinga started off, gained popularity and notoriety over time? There are people who are willing to stand and say, we actually don't agree with this. We don't act like this. And consistently. That's in a single party state. Now this one where we have multipartism and you can speak until saliva dries in your mouth. That which we saw then is what gave birth to this.
But I think even Nyachae used to be that way.
Simeon Nyachae was a very unique man in this sense. What is it about people who come from neck of the woods? They are extremely blunt speakers.
Yeah.
It also cost him. He was Minister for Finance and informed the whole country that we were broke.
Yeah. Unnecessarily.
No, he just said, guys, we actually broke.
Yeah,
he was moved from the finance and taken a thing to some nondescript. Oh, you're quite right. He did.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying this. We are evolving in our politics, and what you see is us evolving. This issue of bribery will come to an end.
Yeah, it's going to come to an end, by the way. That one I'm saying it. Because
it can't be sustained. It will come to an end. You know why? There's a nexus. People are getting to understand that there's a direct correlation between this bribery and their continued poverty.
Yeah.
They begin to see it. Because someone bribes you. We were discussing this earlier in the morning. I was telling Paul, the power dynamics at play here, and why I advocate that people should not take any money.
Right.
The moment you take money, my friend, the power dynamics have shifted against you.
Exactly.
Now
you don't have any power anymore.
No, you don't. People not will get it, they have got it. When you listen and hear what happened last year and the protests and what you are hearing, change doesn't have to be every day. One incident is enough to inform you that change has arrived.
Exactly.
Now it's a question of it playing out and more people embracing it as they can.
But you see, Paul, as I've mentioned a while ago, personally, I'm an employee somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And I'm willing to give up my job to represent my people in a parliament, right?
Yes.
I get a pay. If I come with my pay and give you that pay, where do you think I'm going to get the money from to get it back? Because I have a family, I have a young girl who's going to school here, right? And so I'm really compromising even myself, even my normal operating system or my normal financial system, right?
Yes.
And then, so what is the expectation? It's broad daylight, like I'm saying, I'm working somewhere else, but I'll give up my job for this representation job. So if I come with the money, I don't have any business that I'm running in this country.
Yes.
So where am I going to get money? Even if you give money out of the business, go give it out like that. Where are you going to get the money?
Of course, once you're elected, you'll have to steal it.
I have to steal that money back. So why should I go the whole route like that? Because I'm okay. Why can't I stay there and do what I want to do?
And I guess when we get to that point where people no longer accept bribes,
right,
where now politicians will not, will not be able to give bribes because no one is, number one, willing to take it, and then number two, it's shameful.
It's very shameful, actually.
Yeah. So you'll stop. And perhaps we'll even now start getting new crops of leaders, because I am certain we have a lot of leaders on the ground here. Very good people who have good ideas and great policies that can actually help this country. But unfortunately, they are scared to get on that podium because they feel like if they do get there, someone is going to be like, mheshimiwa tuachie ya leo. And when they can't do that, then...
Yeah, that's what I said. Like what I saw, Sylvester Soro posted, like, was it, I think, yesterday or somewhere like that? He said it was giving a list of how much money that you need to have for you to run for an MCA, 20 million, a member of parliament, 200 million. What the heck am I getting 200 million from to go and run for whatever?
MCA, 20 million.
Yes, it's everywhere on social media. You can look at it.
So that you can go back to county assembly.
A county assembly.
And earn 300,000.
Man, I mean, I'm like, seriously, what are we doing? That's very unfortunate, actually.
Yeah. So the next question I wanted to ask you is, do you feel like the people will connect with you, considering that you have been away for...
Why are you making it future?
They already have accepted.
They've been accepting it. It's only because maybe they have the information prior. I wouldn't even just start running if I didn't know I have that connection.
Yes.
Emotional intelligence. My emotional intelligence tells me like there are some things that I can run for, and when I know something's not working for me, I don't go for it. And I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for us.
For the
because I'm part of the people who have the problem. So I'm not gonna say I'm not coming from heavens. My parents live in the same place, the same village. They go through the same dilapidated roads to hospital and all that. I have equally the same problems of drunkenness and alcoholism in the village. It's not like something. I don't come from heaven. I'm a villager. I grew up there, as I said. I used to wake up 2 a.m. to go to a river, to go and wait for water to drop into small jerrycans and just put them on donkeys and go home. The same problem in 2025. We have it. And you're telling me...
People are still doing the same.
Of course. I mean, it's so shameful. I mean, I have to say it. That's how it is. I mean, when we right now, we can easily just have reservoirs and all that. They just come up because we have community programs and all that. Even in my employer today, even if I came up with a project and I say like I want to run for this and ABCD, I can even go get some funding for them to do something so they can easily project themselves because they like giving back to African communities and other marginalized communities in my
constituency.
Yes, not in my constituency, in my company. They do that.
Okay.
Yeah, they do that all the time. We've gone to places like even in Rwanda. Some staff I work in Rwanda.
Yeah.
They come up with a project. They go do for them. They even teach you on even this safety and transportation, safety in organizations and all that. They do that at the same time. So there's a lot of things that comes along with it. So if I'm seeing this is a problem that I am seeing. I'm there. I'm part of the. If I'm going down home, the same darkness that I get into is each and every single person's problem as well. So it's not like I'm coming from some heavens.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I'm a visitor in Jerusalem. No.
There was an aspirant who was running for one of the by-elections in a place called Banissa. He came here, very articulate, and he had this amazing vision for his constituency. Sorry.
Right.
And in my heart of hearts, I was certain this guy is going to be the next MP for that area.
Yeah.
Had I been a voter in that area,
right, I
promise you I would have given him my vote. Unfortunately, a few weeks to the election, he withdrew his candidature. Apparently, I don't know what happened. I know politics play differently in certain areas. I don't know whether he was asked by the community to step down in favor of another one. I don't know whether he was asked to withdraw or he was threatened. I'm not sure, but rumor has it he was, given something akapatiwa kitu akaambiwa wewe tulia bana, shika iende upumzike.
Yeah.
If that happens to you, are you going to be compromised?
But again, nah, I'm not doing it for money. I'm okay.
You're not doing it for money.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it might not be money.
Yeah.
It could be anything else.
Yeah.
It could be like literally anything. If someone approaches you with a proposition of sorts.
Paul, do you know how to draw a box?
A box?
Yes.
Square,
Yes.
cube. Yeah,
Yes.
I know how to do it.
A ballot box.
Do I know how to draw it?
Yes.
Yes, I know.
The figure.
Yeah.
I'll be in that box.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Come rain, come sunshine.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Hadi Wakamba. There's nothing. There's no withdrawal. Yeah, I've never shut down my things. That when I set my head towards this direction, kama hata ni diaspora, nilikuwa nasema this is where we headed.
Yeah.
City clobbered me some time back with a very serious question. You asked me, why you keep saying from there? Come ask for them. Go look for them. City, today I'm here. I'm looking for them. Do you remember you asking me that question?
Yes, I did.
Yes. It's cognizant of the question.
Yeah.
So I told him, City, when that time come, I'll go for it. But right now I'm not interested. It's been years now, right? Yeah.
You know, there's a reality that you are clear about in your mind. The thing that concerns me is how to transport that clarity so that your people also get it. Because if they do, they will definitely vote for you. If they do.
I'm going to use the most first world technology that we use where I am to apply to the people. If it works for us, the best for us. Yeah.
You know, we've seen change agents like yourself who actually get into politics and even get elected. When we sit back and ask, Kwani, what happened to so-and-so? The very things that we assumed that they would not be influenced by, they get influenced by. Okay, if you're telling me that when you get elected, see, I'm positive that when I meet you and start talking to you, you will be discussing the things that you're doing, and you will not be telling me, well, you know, City.
But then now, let me tell you, City. So the seat that I'm going for is not higher to more than what I've been in. So if that didn't change me, why would this change me?
Oh, politics is very different. It's like an aphrodisiac. The things it does to you, it's our lived experience. I mean, we all know people. I know people. People tell you things and you wonder what on earth are you talking about. I am simply saying, you need to safeguard that very thing that makes you, Wycliffe, that integrity.
Yep.
Kenyan politics has the most interesting way of making that disappear.
And changing people. Wycliffe, we've come to the end of the show.
Yes, thank you.
You're in Kenya for how long?
I've been around for, I think,
until the end of
next month.
All right, sawa. Fine time. Come back and tell us how the temperatures are.
Yeah, we need to discuss about safety.
Sawa basi. Don't go too far, folks. We'll be right back. We're going to be talking about Tatu City, and some of the folks from Tatu City. We have the Special Economic Zone Operations Manager and the Head of Sales at Tatu City. So we'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale is accusing a section of union leaders of staging protests using people who are not health workers. Duale says recent demonstrations outside Afya House were driven by individuals turning a noble workforce into their own games. Speaking on Citizen TV on Tuesday, Duale dismissed the legitimacy of the protest linked to health sector disputes. He claimed the demonstrations were not genuine, alleging that unnamed individuals had infiltrated the unions.
And that's why since I went, healthcare workers ask the doctors union, ask the UHC staff, ask the other leadership, ask the whole sector now has stabilized. But there are people who want to earn their living by using the healthcare workers in our country who are doing amazing work. Without healthcare workers, UHC and Taifa Care and Universal Health Coverage will not be achieved. But they should not use the healthcare workers as bogies.
The 2024 report by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights paints a troubling picture of rising violations, particularly concerning the right to life, political freedoms, and personal security. According to the report, 57 people were killed in suspected extrajudicial incidents over the past year. It also recorded 661 complaints related to violations of the rights to freedom and security, including 15 alleged abductions. Here's the KNCHR Chair Clarice Oganga.
Kenya's human rights performance during the period under review witnessed unprecedented and grave human rights violations that shocked the nation, including health, food, education, housing, and social protection, did not just mirror economic hardship, but they were a key driver of public frustration and youth-led agitation. The resurgence of cases of arbitrary detentions and torture, including abductions and enforced disappearances, allegedly committed by security officials. And during the period under review, 15 cases of abductions were reported.
The mother of the late gospel singer Betty Bayo is now calling for an inquest into her daughter's death. Bayo passed away on November 10th, 2025 at Kenyatta National Hospital, where she had been undergoing treatment. At the time, a family spokesperson said she had died from leukemia. However, Bayo's mother, Joyce Wairimu, has written to the Director of Public Prosecutions requesting a formal inquiry. In a letter filed through her lawyers, she says the family suspects foul play in her death. Australia has banned children under 16 years from social media in a world first as other countries consider similar age-based measures. This is amid rising concerns over social media's effects on children's health and safety. Under the new law, which came into effect at midnight local time on Wednesday, 10 of the biggest platforms face $33 million in fines if they fail to purge Australian-based users younger than 16. The law has been criticized by major technology companies and free speech campaigners, but praised by parents and child advocates. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Liverpool bounced back from a damaging row with Mohamed Salah by beating Inter Milan 1-0 and kicking their Champions League campaign back into gear. Dominic Szoboszlai's late penalty gave the Reds a huge win on Tuesday at the San Siro. The win was in the absence of Egypt star Salah, who was left in England after publicly criticizing manager Arne Slot at the weekend. Tuesday's win puts Liverpool on 12 points from 6 games and inside the top 8 positions. Chelsea's hopes of qualifying automatically for the Champions League knockouts were dealt a blow as Atalanta came from behind to win in Bergamo. Both sides went into the game with identical records in the league phase of this year's tournament, having won 3, drawn 1 and lost 1 to sit on 10 points. For large parts, there was little to separate the game, although Chelsea got their noses in front of the first half when João Pedro turned in Reece's James cross, but Atalanta always looked a threat going forwards, winning the match 2-1. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock on the People's Breakfast. You can catch us on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 FM in Mombasa. We want to talk about Tatu City and why it is attracting businesses and home buyers. And if you think I'm just talking for the sake of talking, my friend, I've just gotten amazing feedback from the two gentlemen that we have here in studio. We shall be talking about that and much more. So in case you're wondering, hii Tatu ni nini? Number one, inaitwa city because the only cities we know are Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa. Well, trust me, we have other cities within cities, and this one
Nakuru, bro.
Nakuru City, yes.
Eldoret, bro.
Eldoret.
Yes.
Kuna ingine unataka kuongeza hapo?
Kitui.
And Majako City. Yes. Allow me to introduce our guests. We have from Tatu City the Special Economic Zone Operations Manager, Thomas Mwaengo. Thomas, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
We also do have the Head of Sales at Tatu City, David Karimi. David, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Hello, good morning, Bovi.
Yes.
And, City, and thanks for hosting us.
On Sunday, we had a very nice event.
Yes.
Tukakula lunch, ilikuwa tamu sana. But sikuona ukikula, David. Sikuona ama mali nilikuwa nimeketi na mali nilikuwa nimeketi ilikuwa tofauti.
Labda mimi ndo sikukuona ukikula.
Hukuniona?
Yeah.
Unaona zile picha tulipiga?
Okay.
Just look for me there. I was really munching. Yeah, but it was a very nice event. And one of the things that came out in our conversations about Tatu City is the fact that it is all encompassing, and that's why perhaps it's called Tatu City. Perhaps just give us an overview of what this city is all about.
Yeah, so Tatu City is being done by the parent company is called Rendeva, and Rendeva is the largest city developer in sub-Saharan Africa. Actually, we are doing 9 cities across sub-Saharan Africa, so we are not only in Kenya.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are in Nigeria, Ghana, DRC, Zambia, and in Kenya. In Kenya, actually, we have 3 developments that are coming up, but Tatu is the one that is out there. So in Kenya, we have Tatu City, Oaklands, and Zuri Springs. All of them are city scale developments. And when I say city scale, it means that these are mixed use developments. So mixed use, first of all, let's start by the size. The size is almost 5,000 acres.
Right.
So 5,000 acres, if I can compare, that is Nairobi CBD, Westlands, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Lavington, all together.
Now you're helping me visualize because again, I keep on
again.
Yeah.
5,000 acres.
5,000 acres.
Let's talk about built up Nairobi. Covered to answer.
Yes.
CBD,
industrial area.
Industrial area.
Yeah, industrial area. We have Upper Hill, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, and partly Westlands. Yeah.
That is the size of, that is 5,000 visualized.
That's 5,000 acres. So it's an entire city similar to what we have in Nairobi.
All right.
You mentioned something, mixed development. What on earth is mixed development?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So mixed use development basically means that I can be able to access all business and social amenities within a 15 minutes. Nowadays we say cycling.
Yes.
In Tatu we say cycling, not driving.
Right.
Yeah, because all the infrastructure is well done. So I can give you a good example. Myself, I work in Tatu. I live in Tatu, so my house is like 5 minutes away from the office. I only feel.
And this is by bicycle, or if you walk.
If I walk, it will take me around 10 minutes. If I cycle, it will take me 5 minutes.
If you drive, it's instant.
It's instant. and if I drive, I don't have to worry about fuel because I only fuel once per month. Yeah. My child goes to school in Tatu, so everything revolves around the ecosystem of Tatu. So by mixed use development basically means that we have a section for businesses, and when I say businesses, these are light industries. So we've allocated almost 1,000 acres just for light industries.
What are light industries?
So light industries are non-pollution, non-emission factories or manufacturing facilities. So a good example, these are businesses that deal with logistics, assembly, we have food processing, storage. Yeah, so anything that doesn't do emissions. So you don't have to start fighting with the neighbors or the residents that
you're polluting their water or air.
Yeah, at midnight, that's when they turn off all the heavy equipment. In Tatu, that doesn't happen. Yeah.
Okay. Has he answered your question on mixed use?
He has begun, because when you talk about mixed use, because mixed use development, why the focus on mixed use development? What are the benefits? Why is it that it seems to be the cornerstone of what it is that
these cities are all about?
Yes.
It's about the lifestyle that we want to give the residents and the people that are working within Tatu. And even Nairobi, if you look at the plan in the 70s, in the 80s, it had a similar concept. I don't know where we went. We went wrong somewhere in between. If you look at the history of Nairobi,
it's called politics.
Yes, part of it, yeah. So if you look at the history of Nairobi, it started off with the industrial area, and actually industrial area was well demarcated. It had an area for light industries, medium industries, and heavy industries. And that's how CBD came about, because when the people were working within the industries, when someone realized that these people, when they're going home, they've been paid, they need to buy milk and bread. So someone opened up a shop in the CBD. Yeah, and that's how now the shop started, the retail area started within the CBD. Then also we have the residential areas, like in Makongeni. Unfortunately, now they're being brought down to be able to accommodate for the rising population. So a mixed-use development now is able to envision all these needs and project the needs of the city within the next coming 50 years. So everything that we do in Tatu, it's not for today, it's not for tomorrow.
Yeah,
we plan 50 years ahead.
It's interesting about the planning, because one, the planning seems to be that living quarters accommodation is around the city, not necessarily within the city. And yet, when you look at very many developed worlds, people live within the city. How different is Tatu? Do you have a plan that has people living within? Literally within, like this is a shop, people live upstairs, that sort of thing.
Yeah, actually that's how the city is designed. So what we're doing is that it's an ecosystem. So apart from the businesses, we want people that are working within those businesses reside closer. So a good example, we are told that the most productive people are people that yes, they are working, but they're able to balance their lives. You also get time to see your family. We're actually told that we spend almost 30% of our lives in traffic. 30%, that's a good number of years. So we're trying to eliminate that, whereby if you're working within the city, you don't have to wake up or child doesn't have to wake up at 4 a.m.
So they can get to school at 7
in the morning. Yeah, exactly. They sleep in the bus after being thrown all over around Nairobi. So we have schools. As of now, today we have 6,000 learners in Tatu today across 6 schools. Actually, we've onboarded the 7th one, and there's another 8th one that is coming in February.
We're talking about schools here, right?
Schools, yeah.
So 8 schools.
8 schools. So we have Crawford International that does the Cambridge curriculum. We have Nova Pioneer that has 3 campuses. We have 2 public schools. And basically, the city is not, again, for the people that affluent community. It caters for everyone. So actually, we call it mixed use, mixed income development. So you're even able to cater for the low earning workers within the development, and same as residential also. Residential also caters across. So we have from affordable housing all the way to luxury housing. So there are houses that are going for even $1 million within the development. At the same time, we have houses that are going for around 4 million, 5 million. So it's a mix within a seeing city lighting up when he saw he heard about the $1 million houses.
Yeah. I want to ask Thomas something here in regards to the special economic zone. What is a special economic zone?
Okay, thank you. So Tatu City is a special economic zone, as you said. Special economic zones are areas that nations or governments designate for economic activity. So it's not a Kenyan concept, it's a global concept. It's the same concept that has been used to hugely industrialize countries like China, the UAE currently, Australia, the US. So it's a global concept. So basically what happens for an SEZ is that the government designates certain areas, geographical areas, where activities that happen there are basically given some liberal treatment in terms of not just tax, but also administrative support. And basically this is done to be able to attract both FDI and also local investors. So basically these are platforms that the government creates to quickly, rapidly catalyze investment. So Tatu City is one of them. We are the first operational mixed use special economic zone. Again, we're mixed use, as David said.
First where?
First within the region.
Okay.
Region, by the region I mean Eastern Africa. So we were licensed in 2017 by the SEZ authority in Kenya, and we are regulated as such. By mixed use, I mean that we cater for different economic activities. So you can find SEZs that are purely industrial, where there is just industrial activity. Then you can find industrial, SEZs that are mixed use. For example, our zone accommodates logistics, light industry, service sectors like call centers, data centers, ICT, e-commerce, all those things together. So Tatu City, that's what Tatu City is as a special economic zone.
And I remember again, because I was there when this conversation was being held in the luncheon we had on Sunday.
Yes.
You went deep and even spoke about taxes, special taxes, depending on the kind of businesses you're running, whether it's manufacturing. Maybe you can also give us a little bit overview on that.
Okay. Yeah, so it is common for these special platforms to get some preferential tax treatment by government. So in Kenya, what happens is that the government has a reduced corporate tax rate for SEZ. So generally, enterprises pay 30% corporate tax. After your profits, 30% goes to government. Now in the SEZ, you're allowed 10%. So you pay 10% for the first 10 years. And then after 10 years, for another 10 years, you pay 15%. So that gives you tax breaks on corporate tax for 20 years.
Wow.
After that, you revert now to the standard 30% or whatever rate that will be at that point.
Yeah.
Then there is an exemption on withholding taxes, specifically on specific payments like interest on borrowing, management fees, royalties. Ideally, these payments attract 15 to 20% when they're paid through someone who's outside Kenya.
Yes.
But to attract FDI and to encourage inflows of investments, so the government exempts those withholding taxes for 10 years. After that, then it's 5%.
So 10 years, I am not paying withholding tax.
You don't pay withholding tax on those specific payments that I've mentioned. They are very significant, especially for FDI, for companies that are not that are multinational, because they already have to have money coming in, money going out. So they are very significant for companies that are especially that are international in nature. Then you have dividends that are also exempted from withholding taxes. That means that the shareholders, whether local or international, they get to enjoy the full dividend without withholding tax. Then there is an element of stamp duty. Now, stamp duty applies specifically on land, which is 4%. So when you purchase land as a special economic zone company, you don't pay. You're exempted
Stamp
from
duty.
Stamp duty, 4%. Yeah. Then apart from that, again, there is import duty, VAT, excise duty. So these, again, they impact enterprises that are setting up, first of all, during their setup period. So they're putting up the infrastructure, the building, the fit out, the equipment. All that is exempted from any import duty and VAT. Again, when they start operating, the government allows them, give them cash flow advantage because they don't pay duty at the port.
Yeah.
So you basically bring in your goods duty-free, inputs duty-free, manufacture your products, then determine your market. If you want to sell to the local market, at that point, then that's where duties are called for. If you export, then duties are paid in the destination country.
Right.
So that's a classical example of a very good incentive in terms of tax, import duty and VAT. Then we have others.
It feels like it's outside Kenya.
Yes.
It's like I'm getting into another country.
Yeah, so there's a lot of lack in terms of public knowledge. These are opportunities that are there in Kenya. We know the government is doing a bit in terms of sensitizing people and investors, but one of the reasons that we are here is to project some of these initiatives that are actually alive within our zone. We have what we call investment deduction allowance.
Okay.
Now, normally manufacturers are allowed to deduct their capital investment before they start paying tax, and normally the rate is 50%.
Yes.
But when you come to SEZ, it's 100% if you're doing manufacturing. Now, the only time that you enjoy 100% within the Kenyan jurisdiction is when you invest over 1 billion shillings in Nairobi. When you invest 1 billion shillings in Nairobi, that's the only time you are allowed to enjoy 100% investment deduction allowance.
1 billion.
1 billion.
Kenyan shillings.
Otherwise, it's 50.
Okay, so this allowance, how does it work exactly?
So how it works is that what the government does, just the same way you have allowable deductions like insurance in your payslip. For example, if you're paying insurance, you're allowed to deduct that before you pay tax. So the same way for businesses, if you invest 1 billion, for example, in Nairobi today, and you start your business next year, okay, and you make some profit. So before you pay tax, for purposes of paying tax, you first of all deduct the 1 billion that you invested as a deduction. So you declare a loss. So basically you don't pay tax for the first few years.
How long am I allowed to declare this loss?
Until you exhaust that investment deduction.
So essentially you're saying that so long as I determine that I'm not really making money, I can continue deducting it until my grandchildren become of age.
Yeah, so there's a framework that guides that, of course, in the income tax.
So it's not a free for all, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's why, like a condition like that, you must have invested 1 billion shillings in Nairobi, outside Nairobi to 50 million shillings. But the point here I'm trying to drive is that within the SEZ, there is no condition. So whether you invest 80 million or 100 million or 50 million, you're still allowed to deduct 100%.
Do they specify what I must invest in? Or is it just the sum total of my investment must be 50 or must be 1 billion?
So it's also guided. So there are specific investments that are allowed within that deduction. For example, the building, the machinery. There's a schedule that basically describes what can be deducted for that purpose.
So, and are there any businesses that are not allowed to receive this benefit?
So all businesses in Kenya are actually allowed. All businesses.
All?
Generally, yes. But in SEZ, it becomes an incentive because when you invest in manufacturing, you basically allowed 100%. Outside SEZ, other people basically enjoy 50.
So what is it about the SEZ that we're trying to promote? Because you don't go around giving people free lunch without a reason why you're giving them free lunch. What's the reason?
So the reason for investment deduction allowance specifically or generally?
In SEZ, what is so special and what is so beneficial about an SEZ?
Okay, so as I said, SEZ being a global concept, every country is basically creating a platform where they can attract investment. So any country that does not have a special economic zone or a free zone basically loses out on foreign direct investment. So it's a card that you have to flag to be able to attract investment. So investors are looking at where can I be most tax efficient? Where can my costs be as low as possible? So these tax breaks basically allows enterprises to be able to operate at a marginal cost and still guarantee the investor that they are able to get benefit.
When you are in that enviable position where you house an SEZ,
yes,
how does that benefit you?
Well, so as a developer like Tatu City,
yes.
So we have a framework that guides SEZs.
These frameworks which guide people are many.
Yes.
Okay, carry on.
So remember,
he said there's an authority, right?
Yes, there's an authority.
An SEZ authority. Yeah.
Yes, they do exist.
And by the way, SEZ is just one among many schemes that the government runs. The other schemes, EPZ and the rest, each of them has a framework. So as a developer like Tatu City, for example, we are the master developer of the zone. So we're the ones who basically do the master plan, ensure there's infrastructure. And that is what allows us to be able to attract now investments into our project.
There's been, a lot has been said about the cost of production and the direct relationship with the cost of power being a hindrance to encouraging and enticing people to invest perhaps more in industry. Is this really true?
Yes.
You've said yes very quickly.
Yes, it's very true. On a weekly basis, David and I interact with more than 10 investors, different investors, and some of them are heavy power users. So you find that companies like data centers, call centers, manufacturers, they basically consume a lot of power. So one of the complaints that we get is that the cost of power is high. Now, within the SEZ, the government has initiated certain parameters that can allow that power cost to come lower. For example, if you operate in SEZ, you don't pay VAT. So that means your power cost becomes 14% lower compared to if you were to do the same activity outside the SEZ, because you are actually exonerated for VAT. Then the second thing is the government is doing is that they have developed a power tariff specifically for SEZs. So this power tariff, although it's not operational, it's already gazetted, although we have not taken it, but it's already existing, where you're allowed to have a lower rate. And this is basically to attract industry and heavy power users. So I would say that the cost of power in SEZs, ideally, when the government rolls out everything, will be much cheaper compared to if you're to operate in a traditional industrial park.
Do you people ever have power cuts in Tatu City?
Well,
I live in Tatu, and I can tell you, since I've started living in Tatu, that is one of the biggest differences I've seen. Because in my house, I don't have backup power, I don't have candles. Before, you could see candles dripping everywhere in my previous house.
Are you saying that in the shops within Tatu City says pata candles?
If you're in Tatu, candle business is watafunga.
Venye walifunga businesses. But before I get back to David,
Paul,
yes, sir.
This power thing. Ngoja kidogo, let me milk it a little more.
Okay, sawa.
What has Tatu City done to ensure that isn't a problem for those who are within that larger space that we refer to as Tatu City?
Yeah, so as I mentioned that for us, we view the city and plan for 50 years ahead for future generations. So when we're planning our infrastructure, we have to reinforce it. And we need to ensure that even the foreign companies that are coming into the country, they are able to operate efficiently as if they are in the first world. So that's the kind of infrastructure that we offer. So I'll start off with power. Like power, we've invested heavily. We've done 135 megawatt substation. So 135 megawatt substation, just to give you perspective, can be able to run the entire of Mombasa, excluding the cement companies. And this is just for the 5,000 acres. And it's served by 3 independent feeder lines. We call them 66 kV feeder lines and 133 kV feeder line. This is for redundancy purposes. So what that translates to, it means our power uptime is more than 99.8% annually. So if you look at 99.8%, if you compare it to Nairobi last year, Nairobi did almost 87%. Yeah, the only time us we are affected is when we have the countrywide outage, or when you're doing a frequent routine maintenance and we have to give you 2 months notice. Not some
zile za unaambia jana usiku asubuhi mnaamka hamna stima.
Yeah, so we have to give you 2 months notice. In addition to that, we have qualified engineers on site. We have our own staff that live and work 24 hours on site to resolve any power technical issue. And that's why we've been able to attract very heavy power users. A good example, like this year we closed one of the largest data centers in East Africa, coming to do a 44 megawatt data center. So this is different from the one that was supposed to be done in Naivasha. As we know the power capability that we have, and this company did a lot of due diligence before they invested with us. We have the largest cold storage facility in East and Central Africa, done by a company called Cold Solutions. They've built a 15,000 square meter cold storage facility, and 15,000 square meters. Very, very large. And this is not for the big businesses. Can be able even to accommodate a small holder farmer. So a farmer can be able to go there, rent out a small pallet to store their goods. They're trying to get a market for their produce, especially being in Kiambu. There are quite a number of poultry farmers. This company also serves pharmaceutical companies, food and beverage companies. So it gives a longer shelf life for businesses so that they can be able to get a larger market for their produce.
Do you have backup power?
So just in terms of backup, we also supplement our power sources with solar. So as much as the country's grid is at 89% renewables from renewable sources, as we've been able to increase it to 95%, and our target is to get to 100%. And the way that we do this is that we also have solar plants. So we lease out the roof spaces of the businesses to do solar panels. Then that power is channeled back to the grid. And because of this reason, because of that sustainability aspect, we actually we house majority of the DFIs in Kenya. So companies like USDFC, USDFC, IFC, FinFund, Soros Economic Development Fund, Grand Challenge, they've invested heavily in the businesses in Tatu. And this is because when an investor comes and they want financing from these businesses, when the investor tells them, I'm going to set up my factory in Tatu, Tatu ticks all the boxes for the DFIs. So they know that our power is from renewable sources. They know the impact that we're having on the community. The entire ripple effect of Tatu is felt. They appreciate the nature of the ripple effect that we have, the Tatu city has on the community as well as the environment.
This is a question I'll throw to both of you, and whoever has the answer, please let me know. What is the main investment attraction in Tatu, so that I can say, okay, I have X amount of money and I think I'm ready to invest. Let me invest it in Tatu.
Yeah, let me throw that question back to you. And maybe you as a Nairobi resident.
Yes.
What's your biggest challenge in Nairobi, or what's your biggest fear?
Okay, we have, of course, traffic. There's that whole issue of power. Kusumbuliwa na serikali wanakujia tule to 50 bob every now and then, depending on the business I'm operating. So yeah, let's just say security, traffic, and power.
Okay. Yeah. So and actually, those are the those are the challenges that Tatu comes to solve. So a good example, like security, Tatu is the most secure place, not only in Nairobi but the entire of East Africa. It's the only place that you'll go at 11 p.m. and find children playing outside, not only within their gated communities, within the common areas within the city. So we have football pitches, we have basketball courts, we have the first outdoor gym, we have almost 120 kilometers of cycling trails, on-road, off-road, we have 60 kilometers of jogging. 120 kilometers. We have almost 60 kilometers of jogging trails. Amarana.
Yes.
I do like 15 kilometers at 4 a.m. in the morning. Tell me city where you'll run at 4 a.m. in Nairobi.
Running at night is something that people from my community don't favor very much. It has connotations that anyway.
Yeah. So these are some, in terms of the security aspect, it's the most secure place, and it's the only place that not only the motorists but also the pedestrians. So we value, it's a city that is it's built for the people, not for buildings and infrastructure. It's built for people to be able to enjoy. Yeah, and if you look at in terms of our traffic rules, they are very popular in Nairobi, whereby it's the only place that you're allowed to drive 20 kilometers per hour, and at times we can allow you to test your vehicle. If you have a heavy 2-foot, at least that one we can allow you to go to 40 kilometers per hour. And the reason that we do that is because your child can be playing, the ball has rolled on the road, and
they are rushing.
So you're able to control your car to 20 kilometers, 40 kilometers per hour. So that's the kind of safety. For us, safety is number one. And that doesn't have any exemptions.
You've mentioned kids, and there's a story that happened a few days ago, on Thursday actually, where a child was abducted and they ended up dead. They were found in a ditch somewhere in the Embakasi area. So that is also another fear that a lot of parents would have, because you've said, this place is very expensive. 5,000 acres. How would you ensure that one day a parent doesn't wake up and they cannot trace their child. Their child is, somewhere in a ditch, somewhere dead. God knows what else has happened to them.
Yeah, so what we've done is that we have different security levels. Number one, our city, again, it's an open city. We don't have physical barriers between us and the community. And that shows the kind of relationship that we have with our community. In Nairobi, you have to build walls and walls, even if you're in the most prestigious residential areas. In Tatu, we only do we allow only the residential areas, gated communities, to be fenced, and that is just demarcating of boundary. Within the individual houses, again, we don't allow concrete walls. A good example is a development called Kijani Ridge. This development is comprised of quarter acres and half acre parcels, around 650 plots, and you already have 120 families that are already residing there. We started selling this development in 2015, and at that time, quarter acre was going for 5 million. Today, the same property is going for 25 million, and people.
Quarter of an acre.
Quarter of an acre at 25 million.
So once you bought that plot, what will you build with?
Yeah. But city, we also generous. We give you 4 years to build, so at least you have like some time to recoup.
I have time to breathe.
Yes.
And recover.
Recover. Yeah, and actually, out of even the 26 million, we give you a 2-year payment plan. So again, we don't want to run dry your account. You can be able to plan yourself and pay on a quarterly basis.
Yeah.
But coming back to security. Again, we have 250 security personnel that we've employed from the local community, because we believe that the local community is our first line of defense. There's a saying that if your neighbor sleeps well, you also sleep well, and that's what we've ensured. We've created a lot of employment. As of today, we have 25,000 people, jobs that are working within the city. If you come to Tatu early in the morning, it's like industrial area. People are moving towards the direction. If you're moving on the opposite direction, you feel there's something wrong because of the number of people that are getting into the city. Yeah, so in terms of the security personnel, then apart from that, also we have police posts within the development. We also supported by the government police. So the government has given us almost 25 armed security personnel, and this is because of they've been able to recognize the kind of infrastructure that we've done. So when you look at these different levels, is to ensure the families and the businesses that are residing within the development are well secure. Again, it's only the residential areas that we allow them to fence. If you look at the industrial section and our CBD, it's an open city, the way you get into the CBD. So we just have barriers to ensure you know exactly where you are going on. As you mentioned, it's a 5,000 acre development. So when you're entering, we want to make sure you know exactly where you're going. And we've never had any major incidents within the city.
Okay.
So in terms of security, for us, it's our goal to ensure that it's the most safest place, even during Mandamano and during all these things that were happening. As we are seeing it on TV and social media, in Tatu, everything was calm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thomas, in terms of the main attraction in the special economic zone, how can investors take advantage of this?
Well, so as I mentioned, special economic zones exist both for local and international companies. They are not designed for FDI only. One of the goals of the SEZ is basically to promote local value chains. So you're talking about small SMEs that are able to feed into the bigger players within the SEZ, and also helping to be able to small players to come into the SEZ so that you can build them up, allow them to have these tax breaks, give them a world-class infrastructure for them to be able to set up, so that we can catalyze the investment and become big players as well. So small players who want to come into the SEZ, the sectors are wide, as I said. We're talking about service sector, you're talking about manufacturers, you're talking about logistics, and all other players that are acceptable within the SEZ framework. So how to come in? First of all, of course, the government looks at, because this is a regulated program, as I said.
Yes.
So the government has parameters that they look at. So of course, there's a business case that you present to government to say, so this is my business proposal. This is what I envision my business to be. So the government, what are the KPIs that the government will look at? First of all, they look at what are the jobs. Are you creating new jobs? Because that is one of the purposes of the scheme. I remember the government is giving you as an enterprise tax breaks. So they expect to recoup that through tax.
True.
So your employees will pay. You'll also pay corporate tax, even if it's at 10%. But of course, if you grow bigger, of course, it's commensurate to a bigger tax obligation. So the government looks at some of those parameters, and then again, your business proposal, is it when they incentivize you, are you likely to kill or to cannibalize the other players who are within your space? So they also look at what is your business proposition. Is it just focusing on local, but also exports? Because of the obvious reason that the government wants to attract foreign exchange. So it's a business case that you build. In Tatu City, what we do is internally, we have a team that helps our investors to be able to come up with that. And as I mentioned, there is very limited information about SEZs. So recognizing that, we've come up with an internal process so that if you come today and you have an idea and you want to set up in SEZ and you don't know where to start, then we start with you. We start helping you to understand this is what SEZ means. Okay? So in terms of projections, what is your business plan? Okay, so we help you come up with a financial simulation or a business model that helps you to be able to see your business, let's say, in 10 years, both outside and inside SEZ. Then that helps you to see the value of the SEZ. Does it give you value in your bottom line? Okay, there are cases where the business case is weak. So we tell you, okay, you can invest in Tatu City, but not as a special economic zone enterprise. So you can come, enjoy the infrastructure that we have, enjoy the ecosystem, but just operate like any other company within industrial area.
Okay.
So that is allowed. Or we can tell you, okay, the business case makes sense. In the next 10 years, this is a match that the SEZ actually works for you. So we help you to be able now to come up with a business plan and help you in terms of the licensing process, or of course the engagement with government, KRA and all that, and ensure that you're able to set up. Then apart from just setting up, very importantly, is the aftercare program that we have. So businesses or enterprises that operate within Tatu City, we just don't bring them on board. We also work with them on a day-to-day basis to make sure that they actually operate. So they have challenges. For example, you find that there are companies that would have policy challenges. So there's a certain policy, government policy, that is in place that does not favor SEZs. And because this is a new concept, it has not been tested, you find that there are gaps. So one of the things that we are very well known about is to do policy advocacy. So we go to government, and we are glad that the government has been listening. So this is a gap that we identify. So we need this policy to probably be fixed or realignment, and just to align it with global best practice. So we've seen a lot of that. And so that's how we assist our clients, both on the onboarding process, help them to be able to see the actual value of getting into the SEZ. Probably also help in terms of business development, realign their business strategy, of course confirm that their strategy is right, onboard them, help them get in terms of getting licenses. For investors who are foreign, some of them would not even know, like, which bank do you open an account, where do we go in terms of getting our PIN, so we assist them in that process, immigration permits. Then once they have set up, now on a day-to-day basis, once you start producing, for example, once you start your services, what are the issues that you're facing on a day-to-day basis?
Actually, in this breath, tell us about the one-stop shop.
Now, so this is exactly what the one-stop shop does. So the one-stop shop is a government initiative to be able to have government services within the zone, such that if you're operating in Tatu City, for example, you do not need to go to Kiambu or Thika to be able to get government services. So the SEZ one-stop shop is expected to house 14 government agencies.
Wow.
Yes.
That's like a Huduma Center.
Exactly. So the concept is like Huduma Center. You walk in, you get your services provided there, and then you're able to get government facilitation. So currently, like right now, we have KRA on site. So your goods come from Mombasa or ICD, they're received within Tatu City. You have an expatriate that is coming in today as an investor, and they do not even have a travel agent. We assist them at the one-stop shop to get
You don't need to go
work
to
permits.
Nyayo house.
Yes, you don't need to go there. We help them on site.
Yeah.
You want development permits, instead of going to NCA, going to NEMA, we're able to do that within the one-stop shop. So all those permits actually approved within the one-stop shop.
You said 14 government agencies.
Yes.
Nyinyi ndio mmeshikilia serikali.
So right now, so we onboard these services on demand.
Yes.
Just to clarify, we do not have them, all of them, 14 right now, but we've mapped them out. We know for us to be able to function, as David mentioned, we have a 50-year horizon. So we already know, for example, once our city is fully functional, we'll require the 14 agencies on site.
All right.
So right now, what we do is we onboard the services that actually we can off-take. For example, KRA services, we have people who are actively working there. So we have immigration services, we have a framework with the immigration department on how we work.
Yeah.
Building and construction permits, they come on a monthly basis to come and approve all the permits that have been raised within the month. So we have a framework that we progressively onboard the services within the one-stop shop. But apart from just that, we also do internal initiatives.
Yeah.
Processes with global best practices. So we have a team that basically is involved in understanding where is the world heading. And just to say is that we also, within the one-stop shop, we are the regional office for the World Free Zones Organization and the African Economic Zones Organization. So basically we represent these big global organizations within the one-stop shop. So those help us in terms of networking and also aligning our processes within global best practices.
Yeah.
Mixed-use SEZs are not very common within the region.
Yes.
So we have to really borrow. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. What is happening in China? What is happening in the UAE?
You said this is the first one in the region.
This is the first one in the region.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, if you project a development process that spans 50 years, you have a clear idea what it's going to be like, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to 50 years. What will it look like?
Okay, so I'll do a bit, and then of course everybody has a big view of what will happen. David also has some comments to make, but in terms of population, for example, we envision that we'll have 250,000 residents that will be in Tatu City. We envision that we'll have. I'll talk about tax, because we've already done a research on in terms of what the tax projections. We expect that Tatu City will attract 45 billion shillings in terms of tax revenue from the enterprises and people that will live in the next 50 years.
Wow.
We already know, for example, that every household will have. We already have like per quarter, per acre. We know how much will every acre amount in terms of government revenue, in terms of incomes. We've been able to do that kind of research. We expect 25,000. 250,000 workers within our industrial park and within our precincts. We expect around 70,000 daily visitors. People will come in and move out. So we basically, as you said, 50 years, we are able to project and know how much is in for us and how much is in for government.
All right.
Yeah.
David, you mentioned something about the community, that you work closely with the community. You talked about the security guards, the police. What other impact is there in the community?
So, and also just to touch on City's question about 50-year horizon. I think for the last almost 8 years, we've been able to build a population of almost 30,000 people within Tatu. Most of the top structure development that you'll see today actually started happening from 2019, 2020 thereof. So you can say now the city has been able to take off in terms of top structure development. As of in terms of these 30,000 people, how they're structured, we already have almost 5,000 residents today that are living within the city. As I mentioned, we have 6,000 learners studying across schools. We've been able to onboard almost 112 businesses, and 70% of them are Kenyan businesses that are moving from the traditional industrial area to a development. We're also home to most of the FDI that has come into the country over the last 3 years. So a good example is a Chinese company called Fullcare, and Fullcare, they wanted to set up in Africa. They had looked at countries like Egypt, countries like Ethiopia. Ethiopia has a lower power cost rate compared to Kenya. In Kenya, they had looked at 95 different sites, and they decided to set up in Tatu. And the reason is because what Thomas has said, we are able to give them end-to-end services. It's not about bringing a client, they buy land, then you abandon them. We work with them. We work with them throughout the entire process. And this company is investing more than $100 million. They've already employed almost 1,200 people. In the next coming 2 years, they'll have employed 7,000 people. Now, where are all these jobs coming from? All these jobs are coming from Ruiru, not very far. These guys were able to employ the first 1,000 people within only 2 weeks. We have the largest call center in East Africa, that is CCI, that has employed 5,000 people and operates 24/7. Majority of the clients that they serve are American companies. And this company, the first 2,000 people were able to be employed within 2 weeks. Where are they coming from? They're coming from the community.
Yeah.
If you look at Ruiru and its environs, Ruiru hosts like almost 5 top universities, KU, JKUAT, all of them are within our within our neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and these are young Kenyans, people that are fresh from school, they are tech savvy, hungry for experience. Unfortunately, they don't have any other experience, and the best job to get into is a call center job because, first of all, they're tech savvy. Secondly, our English in Kenya is very good. So when someone is calling with a complaint from the US,
tunaelewana.
Yes, exactly. And also we are very empathetic. So most of the people that are calling to complain, we are able to calm them down, get to hear with them, connect with them, and by the time the person is hanging up the phone, the issue has been resolved. Kenyans are known. We are very hospitable. Yeah, and the idea is that we need to be getting more and more of these BPO jobs coming into Kenya, because I think that is where we have our solution for unemployment. More and more people are graduating from campus, they don't know where to go. If we're able to create an ecosystem that can be able to bring up more BPOs, and that's what we're doing in Tatu. In Tatu, actually, we have a section called Digital District, whereby we've designated 50 acres just for tech companies. And we have investors that are coming to do the infrastructure, and we want tech jobs to come, the people within the tech sector to come within this building, and we are creating an ecosystem whereby they can be able to share ideas and they can be able to grow.
And you cater to all faiths, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Hindu, night runners, like CT was talking about here.
We have one right here.
Are you a night runner?
No, not me, man. David here is a self-confessed night runner.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that you run at
Thomas also runs, but he's not going to tell you.
But like for example, the Muslim community. Sorry. Any catering to them, mosques, for example, any other facilities or amenities that they may need.
Yeah, so for us, number one, we're looking at being a cosmopolitan area. It's a city for everyone. We want to accommodate everyone, but also we want to cater even for the basic needs and provide any kind of all the amenities that will be able to make people settle within the development. And a good example is the Muslim community. We've been working very long with the Muslim community. Actually, one of our longest partners. I won't mention the name, but it's a community that has supported us even during the early days. And what we've done is that we've been doing presentations to the Muslim business community over the last 3 years. One thing they told us is that for us to come into a development, you have to provide a mosque.
Yes.
And we heard about it. We donated 2 acres for a mosque. And this year also we partnered with Abdueli, that is the owner and developer of BBS Mall, that is coming to do a 65 billion development on approximately 60 acres. Actually, right now in discussion to add another 50 acres. Yeah, and this is not only to cater for the Muslim community, but also everyone. People in the diaspora market who are looking at coming back home.
BBS is the mall in Isili.
The one in Isili.
So the owner of BBS has bought land in Tatu, 60 acres, you've said.
Yeah, he's bought 60 acres
and he's looking to add
for another 50 acres.
And they will do development in this area.
Yeah, so they'll be doing three developments, a residential mixed-use development, so that's like a city within a
Tatu city, yes.
Yeah. A commercial area with a petrol station, strip mall. There's also a mosque on 2 acres, as well as warehousing. So they also have approximately 10 acres to do a warehousing.
Wow.
Isn't it a wonderful thing to have 5 acres? I mean, 5,000 acres.
Yes.
I mean, giving someone 60 acres, that's but imebaki nyingi.
Lakini amepatiwa bure, amenunua. Na atanunua hiyo. Umesema 60 alafu anaongeza 50.
Yeah, he's investing 65 billion.
The 2 acres is development. What was donated.
Remember I told you I need to sit with these Somali folks, watuambie hii pesa inatoka wapi.
What's preventing you from sitting?
Itabidi nimeketi. These Tatu City guys are very clever. They know where the money is. 65 billion.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When somebody has a 50-year plan, what does that tell you about them?
Of course, it tells me
they are planning beyond their own lifetime.
Yes.
Yes. Now, that is serious planning. You see, the reason why I ask about the 50 years is this. 250,000 people, I think politically, that can elect a governor. It can elect very many members of parliament.
That's a county.
As for MCAs, you probably can elect the entirety of the MCAs we have in Nairobi. All I'm saying is this. When you look at the thought process, this is my final question to you. Is there a likelihood that you could actually replicate this particular idea to another part of the country?
Let me start with you, Thomas.
Yes. So this idea can be replicated. In fact, we need maybe another 3-4 Tatu cities within Nairobi, because we are a satellite city. So basically, we are basically correcting the issues that we have with our main city.
Okay.
So it's possible to replicate the same, not just in Nairobi, but also in other
counties,
urban areas. The most important thing here is to ensure that whatever we come up with basically speaks to the challenges that are existing, be it in Mombasa, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nakuru, the cities that we know.
Okay.
So they have their own deficiencies, but they can be corrected through the approach of satellite cities.
Kujeni Kitui, mimi na invite huko. Nitaongea na governor wetu tuone venye tutaorganize. Gentlemen, I'm so sorry we've come to the end of the show. But like I've said, Mimi, I want now to come to Tatu. I want to come to Tatu City. You never know. City atachukua nyumba ya 1 million USD. Mimi nitachukua ya maybe 1 million Kenya shillings kama iko. But thank you so much.
It's available actually in terms of residential housing. We cater for all these mid-income and that different range of housing that you can be able to get. So welcome. We are happy to host you on site, and we are there 24 hours.
Yes. Contact details, or we just go to the website?
0708 555.
All right. 0708 555. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Cool.
This is not the last you have seen of Tatu City. We're definitely working closely with them and see how indeed we can make this country a better place. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has urged Kenyan investors, both locally and abroad, to harness the private sector for broader economic growth. Speaking in Nairobi at the launch of Kenya Diaspora Investment Strategy and Digital Remittance Booklet, Mudavadi emphasized that the private sector is the main driver of job creation, innovation, and sustainable economic development.
What is good for the investor here should be equal to what the diaspora is looking for. If the investment climate is wrong, even for the Kenyan investor who is domiciled here, then it is not right for the diasporan investor either. So I want us to look at this investment agenda holistically and globally. It has to be a package. We must create the right environment across the board.
Kenya is staring at a deeper food crisis, with projections showing that more than 2.1 million people could face acute hunger by January 2026. The latest update from the National Drought Management Authority warns that the situation is expected to worsen further as the country moves into the tough January-March dry period. In its National Drought Early Warning Bulletin, the authority reports that the prolonged dry spell and poor rainfall have already pushed 7 counties into the alert stage, with conditions worsening by the week. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers is threatening to go on strike starting December 23rd, following the expiry of its 21-day notice to the Ministry of Health. Union officials say that despite concluding negotiations on CBA in September, none of the agreed terms had been implemented. They accuse the ministry of failing to take their concerns seriously.
Treasury imekubali, SRC wamekubali, lakini kigugumizi imebaki kuwa waziri. Siku ikitimia tarehe 23 mwezi wa 12 tutaanza mgomo kirasmi na tutafunga hospitali zote nchini.
We concluded the negotiation in September of 2025, 3 months ago. The documents are printed, ziko kwa meza ya CS for 3 months. For 3 months.
An American citizen being held at Gigiri police station is now a step closer to extradition after confirming he is willing to return to the United States to face serious criminal charges. The suspect, Hudeife Mohamed, who arrived in Kenya in 2022, is wanted by the United States District Court for the District of Minnesota on charges that include third-degree murder, manslaughter, and multiple drug-related offenses. During a court mention, Mohamed affirmed that he wishes to leave Kenya and face justice in the United States. The case will be mentioned again next week before the trial court.
Did you get him with a visa? Do you have a visa too? Did you get him country with a visa?
I had all my paperwork and stuff.
So you've been living here in Nairobi? Now, can you have this matter mentioned before him next week? He'll be back on the... So your matter will be mentioned before the trial court on the 17th next week.
Brazil's president descended into chaos on Tuesday as conservative lawmakers continue to push a law which will reduce the prison sentence of former President Jair Bolsonaro. One left-wing lawmaker was forcibly removed by police after trying to disrupt proceedings, while footage showed scuffles breaking out as security tried to restore order. Bolsonaro began a 27-year jail term in November, attempting to plot a coup following his 2022 election defeat. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? Where are you listening from? Let us know. We'll definitely give you them shout-outs as they drop. Right now, though, we want to talk about the privatization bill. The question is it a curse or is it a blessing? We do have a writer and researcher at the Kenya's social justice movement, Wairimu Gadhimba. Wairimu, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, tell us a bit about Kenya's social justice movement.
So, Kenya's social justice movement is a collection of like working class or rather social justice centers in neighborhoods like Kayole, Mathare, Ngong, there are even others in places like Kisumu. And basically at the premise of the movement is the idea of social justice that is of equal or rather equitable distribution of Kenya's resources to its working people, because we feel like the country has since lost track. We don't have pro-people people in power. So just basically trying to push this idea that really by virtue of being a Kenyan citizen, you deserve to eat from the pie, you deserve to benefit from the various resources this country is blessed with.
Right. Don't mind City, he does that once in a while. Getting back to the conversation, you said pro-people.
Yeah.
Help us define that, because it's the first time I'm hearing of it.
Okay.
I understand it, obviously, but it's interesting that you've coined it as an organization.
Yeah.
Expound on it a bit.
So what I mean by pro-people is a government that at the center of its mandate is one that seeks to dignify people, to have people, a government that operates from a place of belief in the right of everyone to healthcare, not whatever SHA scheme we're seeing where access to healthcare is reduced and people are having to pay more out-of-pocket costs. A government that believes in really quality education for people, unlike what we are currently seeing with capitation being delayed to schools, the cost of tertiary education going up. A government that believes in just basically infrastructure provision for people to like enable life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a special emphasis on the privatization bill. Why?
For me, I think the thing that worries me about this trend towards privatization that we happen to see right now is that we're going to see a transfer of publicly owned state assets to private hands.
Or you can lower the mic if it's getting in the way. Just lower it. Yeah.
Okay. I hope this works.
Usijali,
Okay, cool.
It was designed for that purpose.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Kindly continue.
Thank you. But basically, at the core for me is just this deep worry that these publicly state-owned assets, these assets that have been built on the back of your taxes, my taxes, our parents' taxes, are going to be transferred to private hands that even if the government insists that private capital is going to run these things more efficiently, for things of like prime national significance, like pipelines, like healthcare systems, like telecommunication systems, you need an actor that doesn't really act from a profit motive in the way that private actors does. That's why it's always important in some of these enterprises to have a government stake.
Yes.
Because the government is supposed to represent people and sort of counteract the profit motive of these private actors.
You remember the process that got this bill where it is? It was being debated in Parliament, and there was this question of the quorum. There was an MP that was actually even ejected out of Parliament because he was protesting.
The one who tried to steal the miss.
Yes, Honorable Robert Mboi of Kathiani, I believe. Yeah. So, first of all, even how the whole process came to being, it just speaks to, from where I see it, of course, it speaks to a situation that perhaps is sinister in the eyes of a few analysts here and there. But anyway, now that we are where we are, what are you planning to advocate for as far as this bill is concerned?
Honestly, I really think that from where I sit, I think the solution to a lot of the things we are facing right now is just political mobilization. We need to. It's not enough. It is something to go into the streets. I like that we go to the streets. I like that by going to the streets, we assert our belief in our own right to be treated as like dignified people, to be able to like go through life without being subjected to insane cost of living, to have this government, because at the core of belonging to like the idea of being a citizen of a place is this sort of contract between yourself and the state. You give up some level of autonomy. You accept to pay taxes, you accept to be subject to certain rules, certain laws, and in return the state is actually supposed to act in your interest. But what we've had in Kenya, honestly, and this is a problem that for me, unfortunately, although at times its manifestation has been worse than others, for me it's a problem that goes all the way back to around independence and the kind of caliber of leaders we got to get into power, and the sidelining of all these people who'd been actually like at the forefront of fighting for our independence, including leaders of worker unions like Makan Singh, people like Pinto who were assassinated a few years into independence, people like Jaramogi and Bildad, with their Kenya People's Unions, who got sidelined and ejected from government. So for me, I think it's what we need is actually a return to that, a return to political parties and political formations that really have the idea of social justice, really have the idea of everyone deserves a dignified life by virtue of belonging to this state.
And you don't see that right now with the current political parties that we have, political leaders, independent or otherwise.
The size, my friend.
Yeah.
The deep breaths.
She's about to say very bad things about these people. Anyway, yes.
It's I do get hopeful here and there. Like when I see someone like am I supposed to mention people?
You can mention the Pope if you like. Yes.
Yeah, as long as you do not find yourself in court. But please go ahead. No, you can mention. If it's factual, then it is factual.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I feel hopeful.
Yeah.
When I see someone like Tata talk about even
the senator for Busia.
Talk about the debt crisis and it's placing the cost of living crisis we have, and employment, and the structural, because privatization is something that's usually mandated on like developing nations by the international financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. So for me, it's very interesting when I see people like Tata, with like this sort of deep understanding of the country's political economy, for lack of a better word. And when I see him write and talk about our debt being odious, being the product of like an unfair international economic order, I get hope. But otherwise, I see someone like Gachagua and whatever ethno-nationalist propaganda he's trying to talk. Mount Kenya, you have 6 million voters, you can mobilize 8 million, and for me, it's just like, what are you trying to do for the people? What?
Right.
Like, yeah.
Are you a Generation Z?
Yes, I am Gen Z.
All right. The reason I'm asking this.
So Z is which one?
Gen Z.
Oh.
Kwenda huko city.
Yes.
City is pulling my leg.
No, seriously. When you say Z, I don't think of Z.
Oh yeah, we are so used to saying Z.
Yeah, when you say Z, I don't think of Z because I know it is Z. Oh, very good. Please go on.
The reason I've asked that question is because I was setting up for another question, which is the participation of your generation as far as articulating some of these things are concerned. For instance, I find that you're very vast in the knowledge of the issues that have brought you to this station. We are here talking about the privatization bill. We're here talking about leadership and the kind of values you expect from these particular leaders. But do you feel like your generation are in the same space as far as articulation of those issues are concerned and identifying the kinds of leaders they want?
I think so. I feel like if that was not the case, we will not have seen the turnout we saw in the protest of the last 2 years.
Right.
This is people are desperate for alternatives. I keep thinking, and there are like 2 good articles about it. One by Nanjala Nyabola and one by Patrick Kathara. Both are like journalists. But they were sort of offering this analysis of the 2022 elections. And I'm not sure if it's Nanjala's article, but she calls the elections the most boring elections. And she's basically trying to make this argument that the apathy we saw, people keep castigating Gen Zs, like you guys did not even come out to vote. But that apathy itself was a political decision. It's someone actually looking at the 2 options in the room and being like, hapa hakuna mtu ananijali. I would actually rather go whatever, stay home and, get up to God knows what.
I'd like you to repeat what you've just said, please. Yes, just repeat.
On the apathy.
Yes,
aspect.
yes, because the apathy
Yeah.
you're saying represents a vote. Just explain that again. I want to actually get it.
The apathy itself is a political decision. It's you actually looking at the political players on the field and knowing, and honestly, rightfully so, I think it was a decision that was justifiable. For me, I do not castigate
people who don't vote.
People who didn't vote, at least in the last election. Not people who don't vote, people who didn't vote.
Are we talking about the by-election or the 2022 election?
The 2022 elections.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just people looking at the horses in the race and being
deciding.
Actually, but then the problem is whatever horse actually ends up winning, by virtue of you being a citizen and that sort of social contract I was talking about, whatever decisions they end up making are going to still affect you.
Yes.
Which is, how we got to where we got in the 2024 protests, finance bill and everything.
Yeah, so but my other question would be, if you have seen, for example, assuming it's you who is apathetic and you've realized between Mbuvi and City, these horses are not, my preferred
In fact,
horses.
they're not even horses, they are donkeys.
Yeah. How about you present yourself as the third horse?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that happening. I am excited to see people like Omtata and Maraga put out their bids. Because I think, a thing that's actually true, Gen Z is vastly underemployed, unemployed. And the reality of electoral politics in Kenya is that it requires resources. So that might actually be something sort of limiting people's participation, at least at that level. Yeah, but people are finding other ways to assert, their voices and talk about things. I don't know if you've seen initiatives like Bunge la Mayut.
I haven't, unfortunately.
And Bunge la Mayut is this formation, and it's like a bunch of young people. And I'm also part of a podcast called A Certain Amount of Madness. In fact, we did a town hall just last weekend, on Friday, on this very topic on privatization.
Yes.
Yeah, at Macmillan in town. It's people are interested. People are trying to learn. Like, Yeah.
We'll definitely get back to the privatization bill.
For sure.
I just need to get a few things, number one, off my chest, and just to understand a few things as well. There's now, again, talking about the third horse, where you present yourself as a candidate. Of course, I've heard a lot of young people now getting out, and they say that they really want to join politics.
Yeah.
But for instance, I didn't see that in the recent by-elections we had in Banisa and other areas. In Mbere North and so on and so forth. Why do you think that is? Why didn't we see Gen Z's vying? I think I heard of one in Kasipul who even came number 9, and I think Eric Omondi, the comedian, alisema atafutwe huyo madam, atafund campaign yake through sisi kwa sisi, I think it was. But just to talk about generally in the last by-election, I didn't see any Gen Z candidate, and the one that I found had actually vied and came number 9 through Eric Omondi, I didn't see Gen Z's supporting this particular candidate. I think that would have been one of the times if Gen Zs were to make a statement, they would have made a statement with this particular lady that was vying in Kasipul. They might not necessarily all go from the country to vote for her, but the campaigns and the noise and like I expected something. I didn't see that. And also coming out to vote for her. Because I understand Gen Zs and even the larger youth population, the millennials as well included in there, we are a very large voting bloc.
He's a millennial.
Okay.
Yeah, I am a millennial.
And you're Gen X.
I'm those very old ones. What are they called? Crocodiles?
Boomer.
He is a boomer. But you get what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't see support for that young lady. I just wish had I seen that ningesema by the Gen Z kuna mahali mnaenda.
I totally see what you're saying. For me, honestly, the first thing that comes to mind obviously is that problem of resources.
Yes.
But also, I think I worry about, and that has happened before in other countries, like if you look at the happenings post the Arab Spring, is even Nigeria after their EndSARS protests sometime in 2020. There's a sort of disillusionment that usually comes, and I think for many people, it's this disillusionment sets in from realizing like the limitations of the current political system. I don't know, maybe that's not the best way to put it,
Can I
but
ask you a question? Given this delightful generation you belong to, you as a representative of yourself, not any group of people, what would you vote for? What sort of values would you vote for?
We started off by me explaining I belong to the Kenya social justice movement. Honestly, anyone who is offering a coherent plan of social transformation, and not one that's built on something like privatization, because the president's rationale for like the privatization bill, for instance, is that all these proceeds are going to go into the National Infrastructure Fund. We need infrastructure, and that by itself, no one is opposing that. It's true.
Actually,
but let me finish.
I was going to say you actually should oppose it, but go on.
Yeah. So yes, infrastructure is needed. Infrastructure enables life. People need roads. People need healthcare. But the thing is, with the sort of leadership we have in power, we know that even this infrastructure, it's actually funny because the person that comes to mind is Devindi, one of the current biggest supporters and economic advisors of the president. In the last regime, when he was not part of the government, he was part of the writers of this report called Highway Robbery, and was talking about how like infrastructure offers these avenues for like budgeted corruption. And he was talking about how Uhuru had given this false claim of 7,000 kilometers of roads are going to be built, and he had like this really nice debunking, where he was looking at like the breadth of Kenya, how it's I think about 830 kilometers, and the length is like 740. So obviously those stats being given are false, and I am afraid we are going to see a replication of that, even with these proceeds being touted for infrastructure. That infrastructure itself is going to be like an avenue of budgeted corruption. I mean, just recently, Ruto talked about, am I supposed to say president before?
Yes. No.
It's a free country, my friend. As long as you do not defame someone, you're okay. Yeah.
But anyway, so he has this tweet. He's talking about how we are going to dual 2,000 kilometers of roads. Then it goes to 2,500 in another public national address, or public address rather. And then, the examples he's offering, we're going to dual Nairobi Rongai, Nairobi Thika Road. Nairobi Thika is already dual. So, for me, I think...
You think it can't be dualed further?
No, I don't think there is necessarily a need for that. So, yeah, for me, I want someone who does not just... Who does not use, like, these very real concerns, like the concern for infrastructure, to open up avenues for personal interest and personal accumulation. But yeah, so I definitely, I just want a candidate who wants Kenyans to live dignified lives.
We have very many state corporations. There are really many.
Yeah.
Many which don't actually make a profit or don't work, but they are a drain on our resources. Now, my problem, and why I'm saying one should not accept, is when the government wants to sell what works and what makes money. Then I say, wait, but this one is already making us money. Okay? What about these other ones which don't make money? There are people who can get it to make money. Why don't we look for those? Because that makes absolute sense. The whole point of public participation is so that when the government takes a step of wanting to do this, it's not a statement that is made at a political rally that explains everything.
Yeah.
The details of the thinking behind it, the safeguards, the institutions that will ensure that this process actually meets the ruthless standards that are set, and that the eventuality, which, for instance, in this case is the infrastructure bond or infrastructure fund, that they are safeguards that will guarantee that the fund will actually do what it is supposed to do. Earlier on in the morning, we're discussing the same thing, and I was telling Paul here that if I look at what something like Kenya Pipeline makes in a year, that money we don't need to sell, in my opinion. If it's money we want, you securitize it. We're already securitizing that Talanta Stadium with this petroleum levy. Pipeline is an even bigger basket, given, and it's government owned. There are ways in which you can raise money without necessarily selling that particular entity.
That's the whole point.
And Paul asked me, but are you telling me that other people have thought of it? I told him, no. In fact, it is not an original idea that I've come from, that I've come with. I got the idea when I was talking with somebody who actually understands this process better than I. These would be subject to debate, and the government can then explain how, having looked at all these things, they thought that the best avenue is this. But that discussion, unfortunately, well, I haven't heard of it. Have you heard of it taking place?
Honestly, I operate from a place of this government has not shown any, it's not acting in good faith, public participation. Because again, even going back to the protests themselves, people overwhelmingly participated in rejecting that bill, but it still found its way in parliament. So even read the privatization bill, Bunge la Mayut, like I was mentioning earlier, and even our own podcast, we've held town halls. We've invited Bunge la Mayut, at least invited lawyers to even just break down parts of the bill, what it aims to do. And Bunge la Mayut actually mobilizes. They have a place in town where you get, what is it called? It's not, I forget the name. Is it an affidavit, or you sign
memorandum?
Yes, and then they get lawyers to stamp that for you, and then they collect them and check them where they're taken. They basically just simplify the process, and obviously because of that, you see record numbers of young people taking part in these public participation processes. But I am doubtful of the government's interest in actually listening.
But the government is not obliged to listen until you make them listen.
How do we make them listen?
The process you have is a good one. You see, you're assuming they're not listening, and I'm telling you they do listen.
Yeah.
This is really what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
They listen. See, you are equating listening with doing something that will demonstrate they have listened. They listen. If they didn't listen, nobody would have died last year. If they didn't hear, nobody would have disappeared last year. They heard. The outcomes are terrible, but that is a consequence of them listening, and certain individuals, and I'm saying here individuals, interpreting it the way they see fit. Every time I say this, Paul tells me, why am I supporting this government? Actually, it's because I have a little understanding of how government works. I raised this question with him and asked him, Rex Masai being shot dead, how does the president benefit from his death? How does he benefit? Are we assuming
it sends a message, actually? Even the disappearances, they're actually stifling dissent.
Yes, but how does he benefit? Because the thing
benefits in that you get discouraged from taking part in protesting.
Actually,
asserting your voice, and you stay at home, and he gets to do the things he needs to do.
But when you look at a time when people have decided they want to take a certain position, That very action is what gives them even greater motivation to continue doing what it is that they were doing. You're actually providing them with reason to continue doing what they're doing. They may not do it in quite the same way. Historically, ask yourself, how many people who were in the Mau Mau rebellion were killed? Did they stop? No. You had home guards who ensured that they infiltrated and made sure Mau Mau didn't move. Did it stop them? No. If you're looking at this so-called second liberation, when people, again, same processes, some died, some were jailed, some were taken, but then the dungeons, then there was a place called Nyati House right in the middle of town here in Jogo House. It didn't stop. I'm simply trying to say that the processes that are brought about by dissatisfaction are not quelled by a few people being killed. People pause for a second and then they say, okay, we've seen, now let's do what we want to do, but let's do it differently. If it worked, the association you have wouldn't exist. You wouldn't meet the way you meet. The things that you say in public, you would not say. The formations that now want to send this same message would not happen. You are in that space. And the numbers of people who engage in these discussions and want to see change, has it reduced or has it increased?
People are interested, so there's definitely been an increase.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that sometimes the things that we see, there are always more than one way of interpreting a situation. This president, this one, I'm told, I didn't participate, held an X-space to sort of like discuss things. Somebody must have advised him after the events of last year. Somebody may say that's too little. And I'm saying, actually, it isn't. You see, change isn't this big, huge, mammoth thing. The demonstrations didn't begin with the demonstrations. Certain things happened, then this finance bill came about and people said, what on earth do you people think you're doing? And that was the response.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and the response isn't an event. It is something that is continuous. People thinking, people reshaping their thinking, people reorganizing, people figuring out how exactly do we get this now manifested? Okay? How do we push this? For instance, how do we make sure that these MPs actually do what they are supposed to do? Not by you know, burning their houses doesn't get them to do what you want them to do. How do you ensure? No, it doesn't. How do you ensure that you get them to be accountable? The difficult questions involve the difficult things that sometimes one has to do to actually visualize, then two, see the change being made manifest.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of faith in the political actors.
No,
that
I have a lot of faith in people, not a system. People.
And politicians are people. That's what I'm saying, like the political class. And
they actually
I do not have faith in anyone.
They abandoned that right somewhere along the line. This particular parliament, the vast majority of them have abandoned that right. I'm not even sure they're citizens of Kenya.
Exactly. That's it. For someone like that, I don't know if this is enough to get me sued, but I mean, people, you know, with that, these people are elected as like representatives of the people, and then they go into parliament and make decisions that worsen the conditions of said people they're supposed to represent. As an expression of displeasure, people literally die because of some of these policies.
Yes, they do.
As an expression of displeasure, someone burning a politician's house, honestly, for me, it's...
Yeah. I mean, it's an expression of anger, right?
Yeah.
So let me
particularly bother me. And I think it does something. I think that's the first step. You do that in the meantime, and then in the next elections, hopefully, you vote someone else in.
Actually, no. The difficulty is in believing that something aspirational has to be immediate.
Okay. Yeah.
The process of delegating power is aspirational. You pray and hope that these people will actually. Now, when you have a parliament that has demonstrated clearly that aspiration you can forget, they're not going to do exactly what you want, then they've communicated, and you should take that communication in hand and realize these fellows are never going to do what it is that they're supposed to do.
Yes, and I think...
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think at some point, at the start of this conversation, I I was talking about how I think we need to, Gen Z, myself, and others, we need to take part in political organizing. We need to take part in the formation of, I guess, parties that are pro-people, that are
Why do
the
you
sort
think
of
so?
antidote to... Because look at whoever we have in parliament. You've just come from saying it yourself.
No, I want to know what you think.
Yeah, I basically agree with you. These people, the current people we have in parliament, we're not even sure they are citizens of this country, to actually sort of paraphrase what you've said. And they're not acting in our interests. So the mandate for us is to honestly just get into new political formations.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying. I do not entirely, obviously, and I don't want to get into that. At least I don't think it's necessary for the scope of this show. I do not necessarily agree with all the suggestions or policies, but I feel hopeful when I see people like Omtata, again, to just quote him, to just mention him again, come forward and
do what he's doing.
Yeah.
I promised to get back to the privatization bill, so here's me getting back. What about this bill is not working for this country?
Like I said, the problem is, first of all, privatization, especially of key national assets.
Yeah.
Some things need to be in public hands, especially things that are required to even just move beyond the scope of these bills.
Yes.
Especially things that are required for like social transformation, things like access to healthcare, things like education. You do not want these things to operate from a place of like a profit motivation, because you're going to seclude so many people outside of them. And for instance, it's now defunct, but USAID actually had like a health privatization initiative, and they were funding like in Kenya. And they said this like explicitly in their documents about how, the private initiatives that will fund will meet the healthcare needs of the Kenyan who can fully pay, and then we can leave the ones who can't afford to the already overburdened public sector. So, that rationale, and you find that in countries or regions where private healthcare operates and public healthcare has been defunded, you find a rolling back of programs like immunization programs, antenatal, or whatever services.
Yeah.
Because private capital is always going to, try and make the most profit out of things. So they're going to invest in, I guess, cancer treatment, and we do need that, but we also need these other things. So first of all, there are things that I don't believe you can leave to
private entities,
because their motive is profit. And as a government, you owe these people, even the poorest of them, they need a dignified life. They need access to healthcare. I really don't think someone should die just because they can't afford emergency services at hospitals. So that's the first problem. And also for the sort of development of like some of these things, things like the Kenya pipeline, again, because of that private sector's profit motive, you find that they reduce investment in. They don't particularly think long term.
Yeah.
They think about increasing shareholder dividend year after year, and honestly, that's their thing. But for some of these things, you need an actor who's gonna prioritize things like long-term investment, infrastructure-wise, who's gonna prioritize just basically research and development, who's gonna think beyond short-term gain. And again, I am not sure the private sector can be trusted to do that. And thirdly, a lot of this, we don't know, or at least I haven't come across the full terms of like some of this the privatization program.
Yes.
These things are like publicly owned assets that have been built on like people's taxes. I think we need to be very careful of, like you're saying, in the case of like the Kenya pipeline, it's a profit-making entity. Why are
huge profit-making?
It's a huge profit-making entity. Why do we need to transfer it to private hands?
Why?
It just doesn't make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, it's probably because someone else, probably the government, the political class in some other parlance, is called like the comprada class. And what this basically means is that they form a class that, in sort of alignment with foreign capital,
yes,
create conditions for the operation of foreign capital within a country, and in the process they also make their own rents, and that's how like the political class in Kenya sort of became synonymous with personal accumulation
of wealth.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if it doesn't make logical sense, that's the inevitable conclusion. People are in this, or are trying to drive this for their own personal interest, for their own personal ends.
The political class play a part, but the real culprits are public officers. Because
please explain.
The political class don't run the country, actually. The civil servants, no, they don't. The civil servants run the country, and without the civil servants, all these things that they do, they cannot do. The civil servants make it possible for these things to happen.
Yeah.
They are actually the engine. And if you look at our history, some of the wealthiest people we have were civil servants. They worked for the government.
Yeah.
The politicians, some were politicians, some were state officers, some were ministers and what have you, but they were people who represented the state. They worked for the state. Now, the sad thing about this particular class, they were not particularly given to building capital or to adding value.
Yes.
They were extractive. And that extraction is what you're speaking of when you say money that ought to have gone to building what ought to have been capital and eventually the growth of an economy is stifled at base.
Yes.
And where it's most manifest is when you look at our county government. My goodness gracious me. It is such basic theft, it actually boggles the mind. I assume somebody should be a little clever, at least try and ensure that you're not found easily. The Auditor General seems to find it easy pickings. That Auditor General's report when it comes to counties, honestly, it's one of the most depressing things you can actually come across.
It's actually interesting that you mentioned that. I hadn't thought of it, but it actually is or adds to like the argument against privatization. If there are so many of these budget lines that the Auditor General is finding leakages everywhere in their reports, why don't we first plug these leakages before privatizing these state-owned enterprises?
I agree, because the leakages simply means money that should have gone in a certain direction doesn't. It goes to individuals. Now, if that money, and by the way, we even have a figure, it was 2 billion, now it's 3 billion per day.
Per day that we are losing.
Wow, inflation is real.
It's not even inflation, corruption and wastage. 3 billion Kenya shillings.
Supporting your argument.
Daily.
If you plugged this, okay, let me speak like a Kenyan. Okay? Okay, if you just plugged 50%, it means you would be saving 1.5 billion daily. Now, in 10 days, that would be 15 billion. What can you do with 15 billion?
Yeah.
Okay? In another 10 days, another 15 billion. In a month, 45 billion. We're saying just steal half of what you're planning to steal, okay? Let the other half go to the citizenry. Now, if you use that math and you're even more generous and say, guys, take 20% for heaven's sake. The rest of the country needs the other 80%. It's a parody of sorts. But it points to the very issue you've raised. If we plug it, what then do we need to sell all these things for? What do we need? We actually don't. If it's 45 billion a month, in 10 months, is that not 450 billion? So I'm simply saying, and if you had 90 to it, you're talking about 540 billion. But see, that's enough money for us to do the things we need to do. Yes.
Hata tunaweza lipa deni halfway.
All I'm saying is, you see, the difficult thinking that you heard me mention involves not just taking a view that is popular and makes sense, but asking the why question over and over again, so that you actually look at this issue and understand the culture that created what we see was even given a passage through policy. It's called Session Paper number 10. And the little bit that allowed people, it was not Session Paper, the Ndegwa Commission, which allowed public servants to involve themselves in business. The conflict of interest issue had not come up. But right now, with the lenses we have now, it's glaring. You're wondering, but it was direct conflict of interest. At that point in time, we didn't understand conflict of interest as we do now. People believe that it is their right to pilfer from the government and from public coffers. Because if they didn't believe so, why would we be losing so much money? Why would people be so amenable to being bribed? Why would they be so amenable to... I never use the word deals because it's not deal, it's theft. Why are they given to actually stealing money when they themselves are actually the custodians of it?
You know, Wairimu, back in the day, Safaricom was launched on October 23rd in 2020. Not 2020, but the year 2000. But before it became a mobile network, you know, it was a department within Telcom Kenya. Nowadays, hata siko sure kama Telcom iko bado? Kuna mtu akona line ya Telcom? Watu unaweza nunua airtime ya Telcom?
Yes, you can.
I'm actually asking honestly, eh?
And I'm saying yes.
Okay. So it was a department
I
within...
know because I have one.
Oh, okay. Good for you. Where do you buy that airtime? Anyway.
But before, I think I want to piggyback off something you've said that I really found striking. And yes, I think this is one of the things we need if you're gonna see a different country. The way we see political seats as like an avenue of personal wealth accumulation.
Theft.
Yes, theft. It brings to mind a conversation I had with someone. Honestly, at this point, maybe some years back, but it's just one of those things that has been in mind since then. And they're talking about how people can identify leadership. Ukienda huku vijijini, in like self-help groups, chamas, nini, they know how to choose people. There's a woman who's known, there's a man somewhere who's known, under like their tenure. But somehow we don't translate this the way we identify leaders at that level into like political elections. And that's basically what we need, because we see these people. Maybe my grandmother was a leader of like a chama, and let me tell you the things I saw those women do: come together, purchase land, purchase water tanks, raise money for like their kids' educations, all these things, all these like real things to like improve their material conditions. I just keep wondering, why don't we reflect that at like the political level? I think we just... Yes, we need to remember what leadership actually is, because we see it every day. And
there's a question I wanted to ask with this whole Safaricom situation. No, it's okay. So because it was incorporated in 1997, then it was licensed in 1999, then in 2000 rather it launched. If you look at the journey of Safaricom to date, in 2007, that is when they launched M-Pesa. Like, I don't think people understand or grasp the revolutionary aspect of what M-Pesa is today. Like, it's a product that is literally now being used world over, of course with different names. If I look at the journey of Safaricom, I usually ask myself, had it been a government agency or a government entity, whether we would know Safaricom as we know it today. From the data that we spend and use courtesy of Safaricom, the M-Pesa I've just mentioned, and other products that I'm forgetting right now that they have. Wasn't it a good idea that they actually sold it off when they sold it off?
And okay, for this particular thing, I'm gonna draw. There's an economist. His name is Hajun, and he like really thinks and like writes about privatization and the liberalization of economies, which is, I guess, a fancy word for like privatization and opening up sectors controlled by the state to whatever. And he talks about how privatization does make strategic sense at like certain points in time.
Yes.
And he writes about something like Toyota, for instance, and how it was not for like the government of Japan's involvement in like the early years where it like really needed this boost, to take hits as like you're experimenting, redesigning. We wouldn't have brands like Lexus today.
Yes.
So there are points, like really, honestly, if we had, I guess, a government I could actually believe in more, even the idea of selling, not controlling stakes, maybe just some minority stakes to raise money, and I had full confidence that this money would actually make like real tangible change. It wouldn't end up in someone's personal pockets, like a lot of the money already being raised as taxes is. I might be just a tiny bit amenable to like if they made good cases.
Yes.
So even
such as Safaricom.
I'm not convinced, but more or less.
Okay. No, I mean, I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
Because if you look at even the number of people that have been employed because of that move that was made decades ago. Let's talk about even the foundations courtesy of Safaricom. Let's talk about we've just spoken about the fact that millions of Kenyans, I don't know if it's millions, but I know many Kenyans have been employed, and they've crossed over to countries such as Ethiopia, where again they are creating similar ripple effects in those in that particular country. Wakibarikiwa, probably they'll move to another place. The reason I'm mentioning them is because I'm looking at some success stories. What made them a success perhaps is what we need to look at, so that when we decide to sell off something like Kenya Pipeline, we can look at how that can play into making it a success and perhaps still benefit the country. Because again, Safaricom, one of the biggest taxpayers in this country, right? Let's look at another other government entities that I think perhaps if they were to be sold off, they would perform well. We have I think National Oil, that place that those petrol stations look dilapidated. Whether you find them in Nairobi,
Paul, they
are very dilapidated, and abandoned. There's a time actually I had a flat tire. Kuna National Oil iko Machakos before you just get into Machakos town.
The one of the junction. Oh, before Machakos town.
Before Machakos town, yes. They didn't even have someone to help me repair my flat tire. They couldn't. Literally, gari yangu iliharibikia hapo nje kwao. No one could help me. Had it happened at any other petrol station, perhaps ningesaidika. I don't know, and we'll never find out. But you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like sometimes some of these assets, and I agree with you in the beginning, you said not all of them. There are some that we really need to retain, yes, because they're of national importance. But some, I feel like they need to be sold off, or even if not sold off, at least they be allowed to make profits. Because Gava is all about, they don't care about making profits.
Let me just mention something to support what you're saying.
Right.
Wairimu, you started this conversation when you talked about Japan. Parastatals were modeled along the same lines as entities like Toyota, Mitsubishi, all these companies you hear of. Japan, South Korea. The idea was not dissimilar. We even had a structure that supported it. It was called ICDC, Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation. That's what it did, and it's what brought about what we knew as Uchumi Supermarket. That was the model that people like Nakumat and others then followed and became what they are. And there was hardly anything that ICDC didn't do, whether it was the transport industry, whether it was a service industry.
Akina Kenatco.
Yes, whether it was the hotel business.
Do you know Kenatco?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay.
Even industries that we know of, they owned hotels, they owned all manner of things. The fundamental difference, it's a model that even China has. And that is the reason why you find their cooperation so powerful. The government supports them to the hilt, but they're run like businesses.
Yeah.
Ours, they are run like
government.
Yes. Now, and yet it's supposed to be
And
a
that's
business.
the idea we should be challenging.
Yes. The people who run.
Idea that when you think about incompetence, we think about the government. So to run something incompetently is to run. I don't think that's necessarily like laid down in
but
stone.
the people who run
We should be
parastatals
challenging
are
that
not
very
businessmen.
idea.
That's the point. They have businessmen running these entities. The government sits on the board, they fund, they know what's going on. But the businessmen, heads of parastatals, are not business people. They are bureaucrats.
And they will never
They will grind that thing to a halt.
No, not necessarily.
Look, we.
Oh, they will grant it to a halt.
Believe me, we've had individuals who ground monopolies to a halt. Monopoly, it's a government monopoly. Telecom was a monopoly. What competition did they have? If Telecom hadn't been what it was, Safaricom would never have been. People are fed up with a system which didn't work, telephones which didn't work. Safaricom provided an opportunity for something which worked, and people said, hooray, we have an alternative. It provided an alternative which worked. The government was smart enough to have shares in it. Now, if it was smart enough to have shares in it, why are they smart enough not to have added shares, given that it's making so much money? Instead of selling off, should they not have thought of buying even more shares? Because is it not in the stock exchange? Is it not something can you not buy shares of Safaricom? You can.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is the models that work with the government parastatals exist, but small little difference here. The people who run them are businessmen, not bureaucrats.
And I like the Chinese model. You know, there are companies that literally took off, and they, to an extent, they're even bigger than government. Look at a company like Huawei. Huawei was owned by Gava until recently, when America ilianza kuzusha them, Gava had to let go of it. But Huawei right now is one of the biggest tech companies in the world, yet it was born out of government.
Yes.
Xiaomi, the phone company as well. Now they have gotten to a space where they are making electric supercars, like literally cars that can go head to head with the Porsches of this world and the Ferraris of this world. Yet that is a government entity. Why are we unable to do that here?
Samsung makes ships, just so that you understand.
Umesahau microphone.
Samsung makes ships.
Yes.
But if you want to say something, I know we're running out of time. You're the guest. We should speak.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I think I agree with all these things you're saying, and that's the question we should be asking. I know I have said for certain sectors, especially for a developing nation like Kenya, profit shouldn't necessarily be the motive, but where revenues can be generated, the government should be able to mobilize resources domestically, and if it's through certain state-owned enterprises, I see no particular issue with that. And when you talk about bodies like Telcom and all these other government state-owned enterprises,
Kenya Posta Telecommunications Company Corporation, KPTC,
that's ground to a halt at some point. I think we need to contextualize such happenings within an even larger context.
Right.
We need to talk about, I'm going to come back to debt. I think this is why someone like Omteta appeals to me, because I feel like debt is very central to a lot of the economic woes of global south countries.
Right.
But we need to talk about how starting 82 with the debt crisis that happened after the US in its attempt to control its own inflation hiked interest rates, and loans were based on the dollar, the debt service burden went up, and countries had to because of those balance of payment deficits, invite institutions like the IMF for short-term financing and all that. And how they are coming to bring money, they come with packages called structural adjustment programs. You're asked to do very specific things. And what happened in that period,
and those things don't work, by the way, but anyway, go
exactly on. Yes. And I think that happens in many of those instances. You're forced to prioritize debts repayments, so in the process a lot of maybe institutions that were operating rather decently are underfunded, so you create the conditions for the failure of these government enterprises through these structural adjustment programs. And then when a private entity comes into the market, they're going to look like the better option, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. So I think that's something that should be understood Yeah, within
I agree with you, Erimo. What we have is a management problem, not even a privatization one. We shouldn't privatize these particular entities. KBC, for example, has a debt of almost 6 billion. This is Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Yet they have the largest infrastructure as far as telecommunications in this country is concerned. Why they are not making money is beyond me. But anyway, Wairimo, I want you to come back. Let's talk more politics, yeah? So we can see how we can also move these folks forward, yeah?
Okay.
All right, Sasa. This is where we come to an end, but we are leaving you in the safe hands of Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai coming up on the show called Retro Box. If you're just joining them for the first time, my friend, I do not know where you have been. But for City and myself, see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Tatu City Head of Sales David Karimi says modern city skill developments are reshaping how Kenyans live and work by bringing homes, industries and amenities within walking distance. Speaking on Radio Generation, he explained how Tatu City's 5,000-acre design prioritizes lifestyle, productivity and balanced living through mixed use and mixed income planning. Karimi at the interview today described the scale and philosophy behind projects such as Tatu City, Auckland's and Zuri Springs. Tatu City is a large-scale, privately developed mixed-use urban project located in Ruiru, Kiambu County.
First of all, let's start by the size. The size is almost 5,000 acres.
Right.
So 5,000 acres. If I can compare, that is Nairobi CBD, Westlands, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Lavington, all together.
Now you're helping me visualize because, again, I keep it
again.
Yeah.
5,000 acres.
5,000 acres.
Let's talk about built up Nairobi, covered to answer.
Yes. CBD, industrial area.
Industrial area.
Yeah, industrial area. We have Upper Hill, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, and partly Westlands. It's an entire city, similar to what we have in Nairobi. Mixed-use development basically means that I can be able to access all business and social amenities within a 15 minutes. Nowadays we say cycling.
Amid concerns over how the U.S. will use data under new health agreement with Kenya, Health CS Eden Duale says the country has strong legal safeguards in place to protect citizens' information. Speaking on Citizen TV, Duale said Kenya has anchored the sharing of health-related data within the framework of the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the Health Act.
And we are not sharing data of individuals. There's something called the identified data. In this document, you'll see it. The identified data means data that don't have personal data. Doesn't have the address, doesn't have the name, doesn't have the location, doesn't know the person. In terms of, are we sharing the data? Is it the data on our HIV prevalence, on TB, on malaria? Then we have something called aggregated data. And aggregate data is a combination of data, patterns of how. And that's why sometimes we release county by county.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has questioned the accuracy of a recent report by the Institute for Social Accountability, which claimed that the country loses 3 billion daily to graft. Speaking during an International Anti-Corruption Day celebrations at KICC on Tuesday, EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud said the figure lacked a scientific basis. Mohamud says organizations carrying out research on graft needed to justify how they arrive at such statistics.
We can all generalize information. We know corruption is a problem in our country. But you know, when you indicate that certain number or certain figure is lost to corruption every day in our country, yet you don't provide facts as to how you arrived at that statistic, I think it is good we correct one another. Because as a commission that is responsible for the fight against corruption, we value partners, we value our partners, including TISA.
The International Criminal Court has sentenced Sudan